you fake like that.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them seeds doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah. Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens. I got you to the dust.
the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, kill it, I'm vicious, Mr. Determined. Riding the storm, but focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it, everything turning, everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted, doing it big. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game. Let's go. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game. Let's go.
Put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry now, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would.
Yes, go. Oh my days. What day? Yes. I've just come straight from work. I rushed in because I've got PVSL PUBG Vikurvi Series League kicking off. Obviously 3 days of action back to back though. We was blessed with the Mercy Rumble though on Monday. Unfortunately I can't come out tomorrow, but because we have this, it's a super stacked lobby. Let's actually have a look at the teams, because we got quite a few. Now, there's no point on the board, but there's names that you're going to be questioning here. Navi is going to be the one that has got the big questions around it, right? That's the one that you're going to be going, who is playing for. Get the guesses in chat. I love it. Anyway, Hype Beast, Run and Gun, good to see what they've done. They got themselves through to some end sections. Relic, obviously older team. Primal, Newgate, Fairy Tale, The Woo, Nessa. Grandfathers played really well yesterday. Pod, Team Space, Zoc, the Nam, SRM, and 100 ADR. Pretty decent though lineup, let's be honest with that one, because fundamentally what it does mean is going to have a heavy day. So we've got best of 6 each day, and when we cut, and obviously then we tot ourselves up though. Believe it's payout. What were you getting paid out on? We are 1 to 5 is on the payout, so we'll be looking for that top 5 spot. So I'll update the leaderboard to reflect though, obviously seeing the gold from that left hand side, but fundamentally when we look at the leaderboard, it's that left hand side that we are eager to go. Kicking things off though, Orangle, as I mentioned, it is best of 6 this evening, so look, sit back, relax. Yes, I'm on a 30-minute delay, it's not my choice. Let's get into game number 1. Here we go. Let's go. Match number 1. Flight path. Shocking. It's a south to north, but look how much we favour that west-hand side of the map. We actually had one of these yesterday. Now, what I will say, yes, this PUBG client's updated as well, so we are on the esports server, but this one has been updated as well. So, I did clock yesterday, obviously having a little bit of time off. For those that haven't been following my social medias, I've been living the dream in Morocco. Outstanding country, I'll be honest. If you haven't already, try and visit there. I went to Agadir, beautiful there. Got to do a bit of camel riding, a bit of sand buggying. Can't moan. But what is worth saying is that yesterday we had best of 5 for Mercy Gaming for the group stages, but they were no shockers when it came down to zones. Every zone went back through that flight path, so I'm wondering if they have turned it back on in the sense that it's following that algorithm, following that sort of line and path. Navi, I got to guess as much as I have. I've got my theories, which I'm sure a lot of other people do as well. And Team Space, they're going to be looking for a bit of space now as they are parachuting in front of them, going down towards that Zaki ending. Zone, though, does go again through that side. And as I mentioned before, this is what I'm talking about. The zone does go back here. So kind of a repeat of what I saw yesterday as we land ourselves up here. Ness, should I say, sitting right at the top here. Relic, REL. Again, team and names that you're all going to be really familiar with anyway. They're taking up for that hospital split. Hype Beast on the other side. They're going for that split on that sort of South Novo. Interesting, we are seeing a new action in the new Boatyard. Primal in Boatyard, but Solo slightly split in between it. As don't forget, there's no rules on hot drops here. We are in it to win it. Money on the doors. Tokyo Flex, actually a very good player. I do enjoy watching Tokyo Flex. He is getting that shotgun. Now, he's the only one in the boatyard, so Primal will be identifying this and maybe moving their way in, but the rest of them, no, are a little bit split. You can see him on the bottom side of the map, though, a little bit further over to the west-hand side, and on that left-hand side of our screen now, we do have that individual solo. So, Solo playing a solo. Tokyo Flex does have a bit of time, but we already got Jogsy here. It's on the hold. He's going to be waiting for Tokyo Flex to place for it. Initial shots come out the other side, though, isolating that individual player. That's a little bit over, more north-northeast of here. Tokyo Flex is going to be having a little peekaboo over. I think it's a battle of the peaks now. Surely he is going to be heard. Tokyo Flex, though. There you go. Does look like this way and patiently watch him. First man down. But Solo, they pushing in? No, they're pushing away. So got here that half second before. It would have been a bit of a different outcome, but Solo want to go for the split. Don't forget they have that other player though on the other side. So be cautious. Tokyo Flex though will be sending his way down and out to see this one. You can be watching on the delay in this 30 minutes, so got loads of time to be able to watch this one back. And there we go. The boys are out back towards ruins. We are seeing a push getting further away. So might go for that wider wrap, might be going to that north side. Style zones, they do favour that. They do favour that hold, that ability, that, do you know what? Doesn't matter if it goes north or south. Kind of screams Everest to me. We did see a heavy south yesterday, so it played very much down. So we'll have to wait and see. UK on a bad spot, taking some shots at SRM, who are wrapping their way in towards zone and leaving Pachinki just on the outside edge, or just I say inside, should I say maybe better. Grandfathers though, I miss Mel, was right underneath me. I got GF, but it looks like they're going for GRA, so I need to update that for next one. Try to get that sorted. They were playing yesterday actually, they're not bad games. So again, one to keep an eye on. Fairy Tale. We're setting our way towards 100 ADR. I don't know if workout mode is making the workout to go. Looks like it is the case. 100 ADR on a big wide split. I'll give them 2-2. They are leaving this area. So Fairy Tale will take at least the observatory. And actually, they're not even going for the 2-2. They are wrapping their way down. Drops in that south side. So let's watch that space. So we did have a very, very south rotation. Narvi is the guess. Let us know who you're getting. I got a few. I don't think I'm liable to say, so I'll tell you that. It's a bit unfortunate, but I don't want to give away any information I may or may not have, or rumours I may or may not have, because fundamentally they are rumours. Team Space said they were dropping down here. Let's see what Navi can do. First engagement. Looks like Team Space is going to get the first one. Let's go over the top. Oh. Second one down. And our newbies in the mix. We're going to start getting used to it if they're going to hold out this one, but give them the juice. Final one down out. So Navi down to a solo player now, and they'll try and hunker down into that rotation. So playing for maybe a north note, making that turn, but Zokdanan wants something to do with it, and Navi down to a one shot, and it wasn't going to take long. And our Team Space, they conquer and they will claim. All down and out for Navi. Unfortunately for them, I don't see much more of them on game number 1 now. Teams are tightening themselves down. Again, we're getting a little bit of fight now on the adjacent side. Starsight SRM find themselves crashed by Melman of Grandfathers. And though not confirmed down, Odin will be the same. Uber makes the push on the adjacent sides. See a nice little push here from them. Uber really in the mix. Nade cooked, waiting straight on top of each other. SRM. Oh, that's not bad. Shots coming from behind, and actually Pod that lay the law down. Uber is the law dealt and done. It's like Newgate causing problems as well. Oh, Pod from behind. Well, had a good game yesterday. Only up, picks 1, picks 2. Oh, nearly goes for the third, but down and out. Grandfathers in 15th place. SRM unable to now get the res, but Sheila has the opportunity. He would have seen the kill feed. He knows what was going on there, so we can see if he can find anything. But with the information denied and Pod with anchored players further afield, I'm going to really favour them on that one. Pod, I said they were. I say passive. Very good mid and late game yesterday. So, and they're playing all 5 days. I'm casting all 5 days, and Pod are in 4 of the 5 days. Then work their way over. Solo will take the compound just sort of north of Everest, though. Hype Beast go for a 2-2 split. Good to see Michael is in the mix. Michael Kino. ES_test-PLH. That's Otto. Playing for the boys, I believe. As well. Then now, shots of the Woo will try and cross from north to south. Scrap that. The Woo, it will do Woo things. Divic's leading the charge. He's over. You know, I'm playing in as well. Don't forget, though, the players for Zen are on a big split. 2-1 split. Anchor hold ho. As he's coming back over. Scav though does have the hole, but it does go down. It goes in and out, but oh, they line up nicely. Yeah, up to go. Hell no. Zen losing bodies. They're out, and hopefully, unlike Navi, they'll be able to get to a bit of safety. Down, it will take most teams now. 14 teams. One of them is a solo. It means we've got 50 players left. New game, nice 2-2 split. I really like Hype Beast 2-2 split as well. As I said, yesterday we had a big shift on this one. As normally it would go Everest, but we did have one play back to Everest. That was our second game. Expecting a shift. Let's just wait and see. Zone is about to pop. 49. Scav goes down. Let's confirm done and dusted. Everest we go. Now yesterday it landed mid-Everest. I say mid-Everest, up into sort of corner here. I think Pod will be looking at this one because They had it stolen away from them. They are wrapping across as well. Looks like also an e-pickup. Is this the new update? This is not the new update. So the latest patch, just to be patch behind, the latest patch I actually really like because it has that line for the e-pickups. Otto, kill confirmed, turbo down from Fairy Tale. They're wrapping their way around very much on this sort of north side as they bunny hop over little grassy dunes. Everyone tightening themselves in now. Oh, SRM core. Zen, Stores 1, SRM down and out. 14th place for them. 13 teams now. We'll just have a little look and wait. Surely we're not going to see it move any further in than what it is. The old team commands are going to turn off until we figure out who's going to what, and that's going to be an interesting time of year. Oh, lose one. And they are going high. They might even just try and pull here and stop. Mostly all right. Mostly thereabouts. As into obviously Andre, I didn't need to make the move just yet, but they did with the intentions that they want to centralize up a bit. Let's haven't moved too much. They've just tightened themselves down. Medic still hold as well. Looks like we are seeing no run and gun. List, good player. Not played from where you are. Enjoy playing mates with him. Very strong player. We're looking to sort of work his way. Yeah, playing very much on that south side. No one else is going to come in now on that south side. Alright, Beast. They've got a big decision now to make because they are split, so they do have a car to get rolling if they wanted to, but I think as the zone stands, just play it out as you want. Here's the shot surely onto the mountain. You gotta, these ones are difficult because you gotta judge not just distance but height. So short on those two. Goes north side, got a little bit of water still remaining in. Apart from Primal, with that 2-2 split, run and gun got to figure out a new home, and a push this way for Primal might not be the best one. Sparta, this is Sparta. I move, maybe a little look-see over. I feel like even if they wrap towards our Zen player, wait, he will have to lose here. He's going to run straight into this one, unfortunately. Oh, the expectations that he's not there. I think he looked for the door going, where am I getting shot from? There's no one here. Now I can take the further approach. This is going to do a backflip. Oh, he doesn't quite do it. Nice little move, though. Now, wait, you got to question that car as well. Out on the other side, trying to use the cover where possible. He has been spotted now. This does get the miss, does mean he has been seen. Gun, if been tracking the kill feed correctly, they should be able to move on in. Bliss with a crazy push. He's moving his way in. They are not going for the wide angle. Smoke goes out. RPG there waiting, watching, but we are seeing Primal in the shots down here. We see him providing the pressure. got him down to a 1. Back into a corner completely now. Oh, you've got to feel this smoke's going to come out. It's going to come on the corner. Hopefully, for running gun, they're not as close. But Primal, they are taking the shot. Smoke's going to deploy away. I think Primal will take the shot on him. Okay. Wait for that one to go. Oh. Oh, right between them all. Goes down. And kill confirmed. Zokdanam is down. 13th place. They're still looking for a name. Unfortunately, we're looking for a few placement points as well. 180 ADR, lose 1 as well. Should be Reservoir. And the Woo will take the other side of Everest. As Diffix will get a quick kill and confirm. Oh, that's number 1 for him. 4 on the board, though. First face with the boys. You know, this is a strong Woo team. Just to see if they stay with it. This is the uncertainty, should we say, at the time. And again, if our run and gun team know who's up here, they might have an idea based upon the smokes, but again, opportunities really to kind of get involved. Everyone lurking down the south side. Zone does come down. We're getting a kind of a repeat from yesterday. If you did tune into the stream, this is now where they need to start moving prime. We're going to wrap down round to the bottom side. We're going to see the movement though from, I suppose, our run and gun. Maybe overlook that compound. Compound southeast corner is clear. I see clear no more. Prime will do turn in for it. Newgate are taking the shots, and actually the other two could cause some damage now. Pods are going to be under pressure. They lose 1, they lose 2. Pods, insane shots, and they do clear out as quick as they can. 180 ADR have a little butchers as well. They will now come up and over. Now, yesterday we had our Dragon Tiger Bell showdown, and they sort of hunkered themselves down basically where the Woo are, but they were only at 2. Early rotation there for them was a nice hold, and able to get themselves to 3rd place. Sky Tower did get the win though, and Pod did fight on the other side of this, but Pod are down numbers. There were 4. They'll be disappointed they didn't quite get the chicken dinner. I'll be honest with you, I think they had the better position. The Sky Tower will get in, I suppose, picked off from the higher side. Here comes the push though. Nessa makes the play. It's all going to be about timing now for Everest. Good nade goes over the top. Second nade is cooked, ready. I know someone's in sight though, but oh no. Pod lay it down. Nade goes down and out. Nessa going to have to be quick if they want to get the res. Unfortunately for Nessa though, on the back burner, but hey, you got a bike in mind. Some deep does get the knock as well. Should be able to get that res. They're going to be quick enough for it as well. Smoke will go out. There goes a dial back for Pod that way. So he's got hype beast though. Want to get involved in it, Michael. Getting points on the board. Nessa back to a 3. Relic no, also pushing this way. They now play further afield. 100 ADR at lost though when it comes down to the P90. Workout mode is going for the res. See what Nessa can do here. 2 remain. But it's the 1 though. Kino stacked up and over, causing the issues, laying down the law. The P90 is back up and it is punching hits quickly. Shipless. Big splash damage over, not enough on it. Second one goes up. They're going to have to again continue to wrap down. Zone shifts around. Don't quite get that north side just at the moment. But we are getting a fight though. Relic, they're involved now. Hype Beast who are holding this area go down to the low new Ranger Michael. He's going to completely disengage. Let this fight continue. As Relic will storm their way over this north side. Got to be quick though. Hype Beast are going to be losing all 3 here. As Relic will take a little bit of a 2-on-2 fight. Down to a 1v1 though. Shipless though is making the push and Nessa go down. Relic should be able to get the reses in. Zone is 29 seconds before it starts rolling. And then they need to really focus their attention back on towards the higher side. Back to the top here, but Michael makes the push. Let's see what Michael can do when it comes down. And I can't even click on him because he's gone already. The Woo. 5 kills. I said Dragon Tackle Barrel Showdown, they held like this. Were able to push this far. Diffix, though, unable to get some shots. This player is cracked, by the way, people. Utterly cracked. Big rap coming round. And our fairy tales. We'll try and have to try and deal the damage. Fairy tales though. I don't know if they know Moss is right underneath them. As they are. We'll be having a look at this. Moss though. Still laying low, still keeping. Zimmer getting ready to peekaboo around. He needs to control. He's become here though. Now pops out. Good shots though. Puts him down to 1. Needs to back away slightly. Blue zone nade will be up and over with an underarm. Rest of the players though a little bit further afield from Fairy Tale. But he knows the angles. He knows they're going to try and play it down. Pog go down. Bliss is down as well. He does get that nade knock. So we are seeing team space. Fortunately, got to rethink their space as they are pushing their way in. Both the ones going up high, down. And now Fairy will be able to control this last person. Sadiq though, off angle for him. It's not going to be long. And team space will take 7th place. Relic though, they are pushing forward. As I suppose the Wu team unable to make the hold now. Shoxy. Nade over the top. The Wu completely disengaged though. They go down towards the other side. So Bliss is down. Sparta's down. Is their final play. He's going to try and go for this res here. Prime actually leaving it late. I kind of wrapped in behind. They were in that compound on the corner. Now they're going to kind of make this move forward. I feel like they've not leapfrogged in front. They've kind of leapfrogged behind Run and Gun. Run and Gun were over this side. They've pushed in and Primal backfield now onto the outside edge. Phase number 5 and we are down to 16. It's about to go top 5 here. Run and Gun do get the player back. So back to a 2. Taking some heavy shots. Sparta does get some meds on now. The smoke is running its way down. So he's going to be cautious when it comes down to hard cover. They do have zone. We might now see teams pushing their way in. Primal being one of them. Here comes the bigger push now. They are extending their way forward though. Joxy leading the charge around the other side though. Run and Gun needs to go and get the defense on. They really need a knock here though. Vest is cracked. Nobody comes around. He's going to make the move now. Run and Gun down to a solo player. Sparta open in the train and Run and Gun will take 6. Novi and Joxy. Nice push from them. Nice timing. Let's see what they can do now. Joxy back on the gun straight away though. Diffix coming through, but it's Fuzzface that gets the knock onto him. Novi utterly down to 1. I don't know if he's got a P90 right on top of him. 5th place for Primal, and the Wu pushed that so well. 9 kills for them, 4 players left alive. The other side of the mountain is 8 kills with Relic, but they also have got the 4 players remaining though. A little bit of scrubbles down the bottom. Fairy Tale have only got a 3, but Solo and 2 kills for them. Solo looking to try and make the same rotation in, but it's going to be difficult for Solo. They've been on the back burner a little bit, no kills. They've got placement points as it stands, but at the moment, I feel like their next target acquired now. Fuzzface is just hammering this car. He knows he's going to go. IX puts the smoke. He knows that car's going to blow. Wants to give himself the opportunity if the car blows just a bit further away, but Diffix, look at this wrap Diffix is playing. Diffix wants the angle already. He wants to capitalize and use the outside edge of blue. He's got the P90 on his back. He's got the Mini 14 in his firm grist. But 2 nades, 1 molly is our hope, and it is a dream for them. Especially when Fuzzface is putting shots down that. Fuzzface goes the other way. These two together insane. The depth of knowledge with Fuzzface. The young, eager driver from Diffix. He's going to pick up 1. The silence from the P90 just rains hell down on Solo. Down for a 2. Scooby's too far away. There's no Scooby-Doo. What he's going to do, takes some side shots here from Diffix. Nades should be cooked ready. This is where Fuzzface might now try and take the pressure on. Nade does go out. Solo is going to be unable to get that res. Fuzzface still looking to drive forward, but Diffix puts an outstanding weldy on there. Bit of splash damage now. The Wu Store pushing forward. Store got the numbers. Solo down to a 2. There goes 1. Solo down to a Solo Ranger. It's not going to be much for them to get away from here. They've got to take the fight. He's got to try and get anything he can. And on the other side of the zone, we've got the Fairy Tales doing the unbreakable, which is climbing that mountain. Unable for what we saw from Solo. But Fairy Tale make the push. They've lost 1 at the moment, though. They're lost down and out, though. Here, I've got the knock, though. Nade And Molly over the top. The Molly's not bad. The Molly with an outstanding connection. Homing Molly engaged, but that's Rez. He's pretty much give or take on time. And actually, the Molly in return, you throw one back, we throw two, and that will be the end. Fairy tales. There's no fairy ending when it comes down to that. And we are going to see, unfortunately, a 4v1 push. The only advantage Bomalovo has, one, he's a crap player. But two, he can maybe tackle the Wu players coming one at a time. He's not going to try and take it. 11 kills at the moment. I think it's a tap out. Don't forget, it's 3 days, best of 6 for the money. Look, 11 kill game, day number 1. Game number 1, not going to shy away from. Maybe he's going to try and catch anything he can and pray they are going to fall on his sword. You can see wrapping behind. There's peekaboo at the top. Does get one. GG's as well. Got the meds. Guys are coming in quick. He's going to wrap his way down. He's not going to be able to get the confirm just yet. Ifix wants nothing to do with it. He says goodbye, good night to the P90 and it's an ending. Hey, it's the Woo. GG's at game number 1 and talk about a 25-point game. How better to kick things off, though, on this evening. Relic were pretty much quiet early doors. They had the compound, they had the opportunity of that. The hospital played their way in, a lot of teams around the area, and it's very contested on that sort of west-hand side. And to pick themselves up that high, don't get on the top side of the leaderboard though. 15 kills, damage goes to the Woo as well. Pod able to get the assist, and we see that a lot from Pod. That's the leaderboard though as it stands. Winner, chicken dinner! It's the Woo. As I said, 25 points. You cannot shy away from that one. That's a good game. Once again, big shout out though, Relic. 11 kills, second place. Take it all day. Hype Beasts were there early on. They got a nice 6. They took their heel. They couldn't control it too much. Was happening around them. Pod got a 6 as well. Plus they got the assist. Solo unable to get a kill, but they got a 4th. So again, kudos where kudos is due. You did make your way up to that top side. Right, anyway, now let's take a quick break. These guys like to turn things around pretty quickly. So I will be summoned. And I will spread some magical Christmas fairy dust. And soon we'll be joined by the amazing CC cast. It's not just me you get the blessing of, though, for today. We get the amazing CC cast. If you haven't already, give them a follow. We hit the break screen. Yes, we are on a 30-minute delay. It is requested as per the tournament. Unfortunately, it's not my decision. I've not just gone 30 minutes. There we go. It is a request, though, by the admins and the tournament. So it's a 30-minute delay. So I'll try and engage with chat now. But I think you guys would just be about starting the game. Anyway, for now, a quick break. I'll see all of you in round number 2.
the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry, no, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Oh, it's time. A little bit of Santa magic. And we get this amazing chat. Welcome, CC. How you been, bro? We was just talking about that first game, weren't we?
Yeah, just kind of catching back up, going through some runarounds and talking about a little bit of mishaps, a little bit of missteps that happened early on for some teams and some other teams who kind of caught some fire on a little bit later on. So definitely trying to find out some sort of momentum for these teams. Again, it's game 1 out of a day 3 event. So, again, rhythm just kind of getting started here.
Rhythm is getting started, but more importantly, it is game number 2. We're getting started, though. It's going to be another wrangle. It's our final wrangle for the day. Let's just get into it. It's round number 2. Here we go. Let's go. It's map numeral 2, and actually a better flight path. Not a north to south, very much on the west-hand side. We got a northeast down towards the southwest, and lucky enough, we go right through the heart and soul. That is a wrangle. Navi on the other side, though, not contested this time, as they do jump out early. They are going for that style, but I just really want to see what this team... And yes, look, if you haven't already, there's a lot of talk about Navi. I don't know. I've got my guesses as much as you guys. I won't share my guesses with you guys. But, hey, who do you think it is in chat? Who have they pinned together? Who is there? And more importantly, we have to wait and see what the final team is going to be. I don't think the announcement will come out too soon. I think it will come out a lot later. And there's so many players at the moment, guys, that are and look, I'm a bit biased towards this time of year, CC, right? I'm a bit biased because teams leave. Some will say they're going, and I like the silver lining because there is opportunity for teams to join. There are openings now for people to get global partner. Is Na'Vi not going to be a global partner now? That whole question mark around that piece and what they're doing with their team. Are they still a global partner, etc., etc.? Anyway, before that,
There's a lot. There's a lot
of
going on
to be had.
Ending around PGC, I mean, I think that's everybody's talk right now. Is trying to debate on where that's going to happen and who's going to take that spot here. But I mean, hey, talent
global
at its high right now.
Oh,
and there's what a molly.
Yeah, it's a great moment. So the announcement that came out, I think I retweeted it. Oh, you got it just in time. I retweeted it. They are reviewing the current global partners. That's very clear. They're reviewing the current global partners. They are then also looking to add 2. Now, where those are being added, I don't know. Are they region Pacific is my big question, etc., etc. I just don't know. I'm not in the inner circle of the workings of PUBG. But more global partners means more opportunity, which is great. I think there is a big more focus on PUBG next year. There has been a 38% increase of PUBG viewership. Crazy numbers for globals. Crazy numbers, people. Globals.
We haven't seen almost a 30,000 for an event in a long time, Mark. I mean, that was nuts.
Which is really good. So I actually think 2024 is going to be a huge season. And then just add CC on top of it. We've got the likes of the BBL, like removing their team and putting out, like got all of them. Every one of those players are stacked. Like I love Clip, great nade. I love Michael, great player as well. There's so many out there. Na'Vi team goes like, what is Uber going to stay on Exalt? Does he move? What goes on? We get these these individual teams being cracked. Question mark? Are they looking for an org? There's so many questions. And this is what I like this time of year. I was thinking yesterday I might make this kind of little bot mate that tracks like our LFTs, like who's looking at the team, who's what. Whoa! Comes out and says goodbye with the Tommy gun.
Talk about a reliant peak right there. He was quick on the peak, quick on the recovery, able to defend his teammate out there, holds the line there, and now back to the fields here. It's looking like we have Primal trying to put their foot in the door here to get themselves somewhere into this fight here. They've got 2 knocks, the res maybe to come through. And there goes the second one, comes in with the shotgun from the back. The nade does confirm, and there's just a lot that's going on from the side there, trying to get themselves in. And then over to Tokyo. Tokyo from an off angle, trying to catch him off in the top. Nade comes up, just the smoke.
Love it. Denies the information with the smokes in the window. Now, Tokyo was the first one to go down last time. This time he's the last one to survive. And again, look, Solo didn't get any kills game number 1, but they got themselves to a 4th place. Now, the shots like that, insane. Need to try and get some confirms out. They are getting the reses back now, and I think Tokyo Fex might be looking for this one.
From the AK to the DBS, he's going up the stairs on the chase. It's the DBS versus the Vector through the smoke. He's going to fire 1. I see a UMP out there working as well. So we got SMG versus the Shoddy. It's just stacked chaos here inside the edge of the boatyard here. Somebody trying to collect anything for kills, and inside the smoke, nobody there for recovery.
Whoa, what a zone. That zone is an interesting one. Everyone be going, okay, at this point, but I don't think we will be getting that. As the teams are working their way around. Now, a team which I'm interested in at the moment is our grandfather squad, Uber, Mel, leading the charge. Now, we do have Donafer and Alia behind a strong team, and again, that's where those questions come down on that one. Primal, let's get their way back. They've got to dig out Tokyo Flicks here, and Boatyard is in one of these new areas, and I like it. I think it's great. I think it's a great addition. I was never a fan of Waterworld. Got a bit of cover in the sense that then, yes, Mel can overlook on this one, but can't really sidestep them. Has to make a full commitment if they are going that way, and I think Tokyo Flex is just making enough noise that, hey, yes, I do have a shotgun. Oh, he hasn't picked up the wide player now. That's though has gone shiny. It does get your shiny whites, mate. And he's gone. Could maybe catch you if Tokyo comes out this way.
Oh, you can see Grandfather's actually peeking over there. Mel is very, very close. All he's going to have to do is take some interest to get involved in this fight as well. Kind of slipping his way back. We'll have a fight cut. I don't know if Tokyo even has med, so he's 30 HP, sitting there just waiting to slowly recover, trying to find his way into the fight. So I think that's the lack of aggression coming from Tokyo here. But Primal made just let Tokyo kind of lean tight. That shotgun definitely a scary factor for these teams to have to face against.
Yeah, and it looks like he took some heavy shots though from Mel. So Mel taking those angles, those off angles on him. He got shot through the window, and you're right, he's got no meds, guys. So he either needs to deal with this quickly. Looks like Primal though don't want to push in. That shotgun has been scary enough. So I think they're backing away. They're either going to go around the long way. As though so it is the guy now holding this, and he does have a great angle. I think Tokyo is looking straight down, but won't be satisfactory. I think he's just going to wait for this one. I think these teams will disengage. Looks like Grandfathers though. Mel been told to go, and Kino is down. I've been told in chat though it's not auto playing on the test account. It's actually mixing, which would make sense. 70 Michael Kino. See, I thought Otto was just there to open the doors. Should we say?
Trying to peek. I mean, waiting for something to come out of nothing right now. A very tough fight to come out.
Oh,
there it is, though.
Bait.
Beautiful spray.
What a bait. Oh, my days. He closed the door and initial shots come through and he was like, oh, I've got this. But Nucci go down. What a spray on that.
And that's what you have to respect. You got to love things going back and forth. You have to love the attempt for the bait. And when the bait is taken, that is one of the best plays, you know, to definitely take to the bank right there. So, back to the winning team, our Wu coming off great rotations, great positioning off some much-needed fights to get themselves there, sitting inside the center of this crazy, chaotic zone. It's all going to come down to positioning, getting this information early on here. In the plane path, you can see left 4 dead. Not a lot of teams like to play from that plane path unless it's like the last resort there. So it's going to see a lot of kind of failed rotations to that location. For now, it's all kind of outside, maintaining around the shooting range, coming outside Severny, and we're going to have to wait to see where this phase 1 pop goes before we can get a little bit more peculiar on where this circle's going to be going.
Yeah, so just wait and see now. Fairy Tail go for that wider wrap though in that southwest corner. Nessa still need to work their way in. Na'Vi come off of Stauber and find themselves for a freebie when it comes down to Severny. Odds. They're going to hunker themselves down into the crossroad. 100 ADR praying again for that eastern rotation. Wait and see though. Grandfathers though put themselves in the middle. SRM went out a bit early, so they're going to want a better team, a better game this way. Primal do clear out though, and they get the freedom of movement now on the boatyard, and Grandfathers completely disengaged. That's the right play for them. Mel took a little stab at it, didn't quite get it, and now under fire from Sheila from SRM. They're on a 2-2 split. If Grandfathers identify this, you might see a crash, but again, it's like I think it's all down to this next zone, CC. What happens in the next zone? Where do we go from there? And I think Mel will just be looking when we go back to that ridge. They've got some great ridges there to play.
Well, that's like a slow start to the game. As I say, slow. Fairy Tail's got a different ending that they're ready to bring. They're going to find that one on to Dan. TS will lose one, taking control back of the compound here. And again, just a good read. Dropping the loot. Says here, take it all. It's all yours. And a quick little flush comes through. Turbo and the rest of the Fairy Tails pick up their compound just outside Zarky here. Going to play it off. Waiting still for this phase 1 to come through. And every team just, again, scratching their head, wondering what direction we are actually going to head. We have plenty of water in play there towards the top. We do have still some southern Erangel in play here around the middle of that island. So, I mean, a very difficult circle could keep that potential in, but it's going to take a lot of chance. 99-1 right there for that zone 2 fault down to the south right now. For the time being, though, it's a matter of players faulting and some teams get knocked right there. But next few seconds, we're going to have where this zone's headed, Mark.
Yeah, and look, a lot of the teams I think going to favour that south side. You're right, there's so much water up there, like it's non-playable. Zone and flight path has still crested through, so there's no craziness. Again, going back to that kind of question I had in game number 1, I feel like things have changed. It's gone back to, it has to touch the flight path now. We had a dark era, should we say, or dark patches where the flight path in the zone had a divorce, but we'll keep an eye on it. I've only had, like, technically this is now the 7th game, and this is not quite the same patch we are seeing though, but a lot of teams now having the shift. The zone goes very much on that west hand side. I think more people are expecting to play south to southeast. This might be an opportunity though, as we'll see a few teams get some shots over towards the cars. No knocks just yet. Pod trying to send their way through. Maybe an opportunity here for Na'Vi if they can get out. There's one. Doesn't quite get the connection on Pin. He rolls by. The second car is going to go by. They're ready on the shots. This time he comes fully out and gets destroyed by the rolling pod.
Pod coming through with some big shots. Nice defensive play coming in there, and the reaction again. Most teams take shots, bounce and decide to re-rotate. They take the fight, full frontal right into the bunker right there, able to get one. I'm thinking Navi may be able to get this res and reset, as there's really no fallback right there. Nastya finding some knocks of her own right there. And it looks like for now, Primal going to get in this to George Pool zone, decides that, once the circles has crossed, they're now going to have to find some way towards north side and may have to fall back over to the far western bridge there to come through George Pool.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a hunker down now. Grandfathers, though, do get pods, so they've gone very much on that western side. They're now looking down on the higher side. So no pod can rely on the pressure. I spoke about them yesterday, and the consistency for the year has got a lot better. They do work on that mid to late game a lot more, and if they can get there, normally a contender for a top 4, top 5 most games now. So I've really enjoyed watching them develop over the 2023 season and sort of settle things down, and they're a good team. I think these guys are underestimated sometimes. But yeah, if they can get through this early madness, especially when zone shifts away and they settle down, you tend to find they're going to sit there a little bit later on. So right, rotations and later on. Nessa can't believe anything later from here. Sort of tinkering their way around the edge. I think they're looking to sort of tie these cars up and then maybe make a move, because Taverni's not in. I think we want to be rolling forward on that buggy. Much as I had fun on the buggies in Morocco on the beaches, on the sand dunes of the desert, it's not a place for a rotation.
I mean, it's not like I don't see any beaches out there. I don't see any towels laying in the sand right now. Not somewhere I'd want to be right now. So it looks like we're going to head our way back over to the bunkers here, where it's safe for Navi, gets the res. They have reset. But it's a matter. It's not vacation time. We're getting into the fights here, and we have Nessa kind of just scouting for some information, maybe debating on whether or not to crash the compound that Navi has held. But on the backfill, you can see Nessa filling right behind Navi. So these two teams kind of chasing each other out, as the remainder of the circles got themselves pretty comfortable inside the zone. So it's a matter of pop shots. And again, this phase 2 just comes down to the location of the zone and where we're shifting. Was still about 30% of that water still in play. We're shifting, we're getting some of it out, but we have all up till phase 4 mark till we can still see that water in play.
Yeah, it can go very much on north. I think what to maybe hold that ridge. I think people were saying why they disengage, why they allow Nessa in. They were taking shots in the back though from Pod, so they've taken the opportunity to sort of back away from this one, maybe reposition for a fight later on. Just need to be cautious there, because they are driving a bit freely, and they've got a few bunkers here they can maybe put themselves into, but they are kind of like telling everyone, hey, like, we're here, like, don't push in. And again, I feel like they're waiting for the zone to shift, and oh my days, you jinx it with the water. We are going to go phase 4 potentially on the water, but that there is a 60-40. We've got 50 players here. CC needs to get in. This might be a different game plan. It's time to get some kills to some of these teams that are very far out. Try and capture anything you can. Others are going to go for a full send. The only team that's going to be really happy here is Zen, and the question is, can they lock down their compound?
It is going to be a big matter of, can they lock down the compound? There is only so much coast to play. There is a lot of coverage along that coastline, but so many teams are going to get so many different angles. So it's going to be a matter of who takes positioning first. How many teams, chat, are we going to get to crash that middle compound? And my guess is I'm going to start off with just 3, but it's going to be an insane crash, an insane patrol to see who's going to scout that compound. As here to the south, Primal finds themselves a little location. And they're going to pull off at least Rel right there.
No way. Grandfather's the Woo, SRM, and Run and Gun will come rolling in on this one. 14 battle, and we're not even in zone. That's before pods will take the third party, and we know pod will be good for the third party as well. Grandfather's maybe looking to try and not disengage here, but maybe back away slightly, go towards that zone. I don't know if SRM have heard that. I think they have. Look at the position here from Odin. He's grateful that Alia is now leaving. At least takes one of them out of the mix. But look at this, Run and Gun literally running and gunning on the zone. Blister a little bit further out. I do play with Blister, great player. Mentioned game number 1. And give him a bit of love and joy. I think he knows this is a bad rap as well. So it's phase 3. It starts to tickle a bit. So these guys need to get in their car, maybe rap. But they are clown carning it. So any wrong move for them, it will be the end of this team, because the Diffix and SRM, anyone, Baron Peak, will just destroy these guys. Maybe they can capture him in a third party action. Maybe they will be part of that third party action. Now Baron Peak, though, pushing his way forward. Navi, on the other hand, though, taking pod, and we don't get there in time. They actually do destroy pod as they wrap their way in. Back to sort of Run and Gun now. Pod, he's down. Reached him. This is going to go. He tries to get out on the shots. Might be to the other side.
Keno's been on point with the shots coming through. Now finding the first knock there. The second now to come through. As that's the grandfather's driving straight towards the Woo. Diff's going to find the next and stopping at the rock. The vehicle's on fire. Does explode. But has himself a little bit of coverage as shots just rain in from the side. The grandfathers find all they need. The ankle shots come through. Now the return hurt. The damage coming through from the backside. Sarvam Esports. In with some nades. In with some util. Mel with a nice peek finds two. Finds a third with Shilla there for some help. It's all left to just one player still left up. I lied. Sorry, it's two. Because Rez comes through. Keno's back up. Michael is now down, and there's just one player left. What is happening here?
Everyone is running in on the zone. SRM, you've got to literally live by running gun's name. You know, you having to move, you having to shoot, you have to continue to move forward. Though you're getting shot in the back, you're getting shot in the front. What do you do? SRM on the outside. Michael's just trying to hold on as best as he can. We now lose that water. That does come back here, and Uber positioning himself nicely. And with Mel, they now got to focus. And do you know what? The phase is going to start tinkering. It's going to hurt a little bit more. SRM have no cover to play. It wouldn't surprise for them to go down now. 11th place is not a bad take from this one. SRM going to have to try and hunker their way in. There goes the touch. It's going to start hurting. We're out of meds now. The CCI, last player to go. Navi, on the other hand, let's go tune in the main action. 5 kills. They've had a better game number 2.
Much better game. Finding some footing. Finding everything I think they need. The rotations look good. They're scouting. They're starting to find that information before the pull-up comes. And again, getting themselves into the late game. They've got ADR in sight right now, and there it goes. They are going to fall to the scope right there. Tamara and Poppy's going to find some knocks there. And again, Navi looking good here, finally finding that scouting. And I think getting the teamwork, the cohesiveness starting to line up here as we watch some shots rain in from the side. No connection, but Navi has definitely linked their connection up.
Yeah, they've got to fight their way in now. You would expect this team to hold out. SOM do go down on towards zone. Looks like an RPG sent across towards Navi. Denial, don't come this way. Game number 1 winners are going to launch out, and that means that one of them, I'm going to say Fuzzface had that. It is. Had to be Shotgun Templar Fuzzface, but he goes down. Shot in the back. I can't imagine the grandfather's moving forward. Now, I don't know if Navi knows exactly who's in front of him yet, because they've not had a knock. So Fuzzface is down. Navi's got to try and farm this information. The Ridge will provide the bit of cover and the opportunity. So Navi, I'm going to draw their attention. This section is very, very flat. So I don't think they've got many options. I think they have to push towards the Woo. Nessa, though, they are making the push towards Zen as they are trying to hold out their compound. But Nessa able to hunker themselves down on that sort of coastal line. This will be the difficulty now. Fuzzface down with a lid. Fixing rags as well, let's be honest. And nice smoke behind. They're going to try and stop any shots coming from grandfathers. Here comes the barrage from Navi. They lose one.
They go
through. Charging forward. There goes one. He doesn't like the second one up. The second player comes through here. Down to Fuzzface. As I said, he hasn't got the lids. He's going to try and wait for the commitment from the team. He knows he can't take pressure from behind too much here. You can hear the footsteps, but the nades will be raining out. You got to remember, he hasn't got a lid. Fuzzface will be looking to try and take this fight here. We confirmed out down to a 1. Timer up. He's just having a little re-smoke. I haven't got the opportunity to go back. So Navi now is a 3. It's a 3-on-1, but you do look at Fuzzface an opportunity to move forward. Good, great flash from him, using their smokes to his advantage. Picks up 1. Oh, that lid doesn't help. Great shots and puts him down to a 1 shot. You kind of feel if he had a lid, would have been a different outcome. Game number 1 winner is going to fall themselves down. 9th place for them, unable to make the placement points, but good number of kills.
Nice little response there. Navi definitely looked like they were going to fall to the Woo right there, but Navi able to put it together there, even with the off angle of Papa's being taken down there from the side. So now it's just the 3 left of Navi. Full send, and that backside does come through. They get Uba down. It's left, I think, Mel there from the side and having some massive shots come through. She's had several knocks. Now we're going to see how she's going to respond, if she's going to be able to put this Navi to rest here, but she's got to get inside the zone. Navi is comfortable. TS has locked their spot down, and we finally have a crash to the compound here to the north. Left with just 2 Zen players left, and it's Nookie and Vazku.
No, so Otto is playing. So ES test is Otto. So I did double check with him because I thought it was him. He was telling me the lobby's up and stuff like that, but it is him. Shots on out. Mel going to disengage as he will work his way in on the other side. Fairy Tale. I'm going to lose a little bit of love. As have to try and take on that fight, and the fight for the compound is still going on in the main section.
Fairy Tail with a weird 1-1 split kind of going on here, just trying to farm for some information, more or less trying to find themselves in, but now in a 3v1 with Primal. Zubala's just trying to find some sort of knock there. Also some shots being sent in the direction of Turbo as in comes Rel. Not too much coverage inside this final zone, phase 5, and we may not see too much more PUBG action depending on how these teams collapse here. But right now, the compound's still being held out, still work being done as Waz going to peek out, trying to find the backside of one of the Nessa players here. But again, just missing the angles for each other. No, holds the angle, able to get the knock. The helmet flies off, and it's just up to Kasu here for Nessa Esports.
Kazu's got the angle, does go back, so he's lost the anchor hold on the outside. Masku does take a side for the 5s there, but able to sort of tie himself down. Primal puts himself up on a killing spree as well. Mel goes down, so Grandfather's out though. They do find themselves in a placement point. Nessa will try and hunker down. What about Na'Vi and Mark? And always the big question. You've got to guess the Na'Vi in the chat. Nessa does remain down. And
ready to pop at any second. And right now, the control definitely looks like Navi's got themselves a positioning over to the east side. West side starting to be spread out by Primals. Rel's starting to do some damage, and Navi looks like they're going to take advantage of this, starting to creep up on the backside here. Margarita getting some information, starting to get up into the grill of Primal here. And as soon as she peeks over this ridge here, is going to definitely have some big shots potentially here to get Primal back on a pedal here. There it is. Shots are going to come through, but the opportunity just barely missing itself right there. It's over the ridge side. Primal gets the res back to 3, and they're going to have to now take this fight down towards Primal and get that fight into the next zone here. Phase 6 has popped, and every team, I think, except for our 2 center teams, are inside the zone.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold out. Navi, a completely different team here compared to game number 1. I got caught a little bit, though, with the hot drop, and maybe was it nerves? These players are going to be experienced. Maybe they're just trying to settle themselves down, but talk about having a little word with yourself after game number 1, because they came back swinging. 10 kills at the moment for Navi. They do have to find their way in. They've got a lot of information now on this side. Whether their driving skills are being left up to question slightly, they are going to have to try and find a new home. Lucky enough, actually, that knock doesn't push them in towards that team space at the moment, but I don't think they even have an idea they're there. So team space need to move, and you kind of worry if team space has been hunkered down in that bunker. You kind of feel like they've got the util to maybe push out here. You've got a Groza. If they figure out this team is right below him, it's only a couple of nades. There's 1, there's 2, there's another 3. So there's 5 nades could be destructive, though, when it comes down to anyway. Hey, top 4, we're going to go 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2. And here we go, double 3 coming down. There goes the Groza, no more. 1, 2, wham, bam, fake it, ma'am. Grenades is out. And our final play here from Navi. Explosive ending to their game number 2. 4th place, 10 kills. A different Navi we saw from game number 1. And it's good to see him up on this side of the leaderboard.
Just like that, bibbity bobbity boom. TS comes through with some big nades there. Primal trying to backpedal now, find themselves into the center of the zone. But yeah, you called it, Mark. Those nades came in huge for TS. The Groza was already in play there. And now we even get to see some deployable shields here with Primal on 13 kills. This is absolutely great gameplay from a crazy circle here. IGL is getting to test their, their rotations, their team knowledge here, and really starting to showcase some potential here. But 13 kills for Primal is huge. TS taking down our top team, and then we have Zen, who's been able to hold out their compound here through phase 6 now, and now stepping out finally with the final 2 players here. They've got 2 teams to take home this victory, and with this little trifecta triangle of 3 teams, it can basically go any direction here with phase 7 ready to pop.
Yeah, it's a it's good. I say it's not Zaki. I won't give the blessings of the gods here, but I do like it. it is open train. One thing I will say more and more, we saw at PGC, I want to see them updated so we can look in it from the observer's point of view. Cars are key to carry gear, whether it's level 2 lids or 3 lids or more vests, etc., into these style of end zones. I think we'll see a lot more of that. Teams are starting to sort of work onto that. And as you mentioned before, the deployable shields. We are seeing more and more people bring deployable shields, especially into the late game. So a zone like this, we get more of these open train endings. Deployable shields can be the difference of you surviving, potentially going down to open train. Zoctonam, they are down, and you said they held that compound. 4 kills, they've only got the 2 remains here. And Primal got a 3, and Team Space, they hold out a 3 as well.
Solid positioning from these 3 teams in such an awkward zone. You can see the street kind of providing some coverage from the off angle of TS here. They've got the coverage going. They can take these shields with them. It looks like the tires on most of the vehicles have been taken out at this point, so it's really going to come down to the amount of smokes they have in pocket and the attention of whether or not it's going to be on Primal and Zen, if they're going to fight one another or keep this attention on TS to then turn it back on one another. And for now, just shots being sent in every direction here. You can tell them each team wants to take the peak, but is very cautious in how they're taking these peaks here. The headshot, the knock could be huge. It could absolutely be the reason as to why you lose or win this game here. There's TS, takes the chance, takes the rotation. 2 players already down the third, just in a world of hurt as Vasku and Nookie take down TS here. It is the 2 players of Zen out the compound versus Primal on a 13-kill killing spree to see who's going to be the victor of match number 2 here on Erangel.
Joggy's on a nice 7-pack as well. Vasku, I think, is the one player I really like his position here. Yes, he's taking a lot of heat. Yes, he's taking a lot of attention. But he's taking huge amounts of attention because he's so high up. He's used as much height as he can in this area. And then you can't take anything away from Nookie. Nookie has been running backwards and forwards on that one ridge. It's like that kind of like, you know, it's like Space Invaders where you go backwards and forwards at the bottom there. Or Centipede, sorry. He's just running backwards over. Sort of, he goes up one side, pops up, and then he loses his players. Again, he goes all the way back down, takes some shots back at Primal, then runs all the way back. It was a matter of time. Unfortunately for Team Space, they lost the zone. They had to make the push in. Unfortunately, they had the knock, and I think that's why they hit the handbrake. And I don't think they were aware. Nookie was just there. He laid up 1, laid up 2, and Vasku ended it for them. The height, clearly advantage. Height still in zone here, but I feel Primal no. It's going to leave him now, and they will now get the advantage back. They've got the ridgeline now to play. We see Team Zoctonam looking for a name. They are going to be down to the ground, into the dirt. And it's going to be a bit of a slog here. A 3 versus 2. You've got to favour maybe Primal. They are warmed up. They are in rags. I think they've got a better ridge. Maybe we're going to play out towards that final 8 dot.
Looking at both the positionings here from these teams, the center of that zone in phase 8 isn't really a favor to either of the teams here. So it's going to come down to some gunshots. The power and numbers for Primal could absolutely play in their favor here. As they've kind of spread across the street. They've got 2 on one side, Daz holding off the other angle here on the right-hand side. He's going to basically hope that Primal can get all the attention in that direction and then eventually be able to pop up here. Going for some util, maybe a fresh vest inside the box here. He's going to slowly make his way over to where TS had just kind of made their play and tried to stake their claim right now. But it's a 2-1 split. Daz just pulled out the zone, and again, we're going to have to see these 2 teams hold towards the center of that zone right now. Going to come down to, I didn't see smokes from Primal to make this rotation, so should have definitely plenty of smokes here for the final phase 9.
Just the 1. Wow, yeah, good spot. I think Zen are going to be more stacked from them. Yeah, they got 4, so 2 apiece. And if I have to put my hand in one of the cookie jars, I'd maybe go Zen. I know Primal got the additional player. I feel like Zen have got the better section of zone. I do like what Daz was trying to do. I do like that movement around. Now the zone's coming in. They are playing their bunny hop, but I feel like Primal going to lose the ridge first. Maybe that gun advantage is what they are going to need because it is a slog into the middle, and that is our end zone right here, people. Open terrain, a few trees. It's going to be a few smokes, and that's going to come from Zen. They could potentially take this and steal and maybe lose one of those guns in the smoke, making it a fair 2 versus 2 fight.
So I'm going to come down to reaction, response, and timing here. And we see that time and time again. This is from being as crazy as the circle to come down to this kind of more calm ending here to give these players time to collect and time to reset. It's definitely like a nice little mental reset. The fingers are getting to work on, and they're starting to finally, I think, make this attachment. You can see the smoke's coming out from Primal right now, debating on how they're going to make the move. Have stacked up as the full 3 as Daz relinks up with the group. It's now going to be just, again, power in numbers. If Nookie can just find one knock here, they can slow the fight down here, but through the smoke, not able to connect anything just yet. Both players from Zen here just popping a few blind shots. The stun's coming in. Here comes the push from Primal.
Yeah, Primal having to leave first, but I've been pushed in. Great shot, though. Jogsy is leading the charge forward. Blue Zone nades come out. Now comes the smoke stove. That's going to try and edge. Oh, he goes down. Unfortunately, the amount of flashes coming through. They're getting flashed for one game. It's a 2 versus 1. Nookie has the ridge line. Looks like Primal going to try and take it. Lays down. He's going to be exposed, though. We see the first person. There is no Nitz. He goes out for 1 versus 1, but Primal still at the very end. 15 kill game. Back to back. Another 25 points. And Primal put it down to a 1 versus 1, but they're able to clear it up at the end. Great play from Zen, but Primal do take it.
Talk about some predators today here, taking care of all the prey here. 2 games back to back, huge numbers, and absolutely just making it work here. 3 kills, I'm sorry, 3 players against the 2 players. It looked like it was going to go the other direction, but the first knock came through in the direction they needed it to. They were able to find it. Elska was able to get that first knock, putting all the pressure on Nookie, and then boom, before you know it, again, that power in numbers just happened. Nookie put up a good fight, but again, Primal with 3 players in that fight, I think really just took it home there.
Yeah, winner, chicken and dinner at the end. That's a good game. Very good game. Big shout, Na'Vi. Completely different side of the coin from what we saw from game number 1. They were like the first team out, unfortunately getting caught from teams that are around them and getting not slightly hot drop, but they had some pressure. So, wow, coming back strong. That's a 10 kill game for them, though, game number 2. So I know they got a bit of stick, I think, in chat a little bit. I think everyone's playing the guessing game. If you play the guessing game, let me know who do you think is in that Na'Vi team, more importantly. For now, let's take a quick break, though. When we come back, I believe we're going to transition in towards Tego. Then we'll go for Kendi, and we're going to close off the day, though, with our Miramar. And don't forget, though, we have the next 3 days of this action. This is the PUBG Vikurvi Series League. Obviously, it is weekly. Prize pool continues to grow, and the competition gets a lot tighter. For now, quick break. Game number 3 is coming up. Here we go. It's map number 3, the Wonders of Tago. And actually, CC, a good flight path west towards the northeast. Yes, it does tinker towards that North Island, but actually, it does give the opportunity for these teams not to condense up, not to stack up. But we know Tago can be a bit of a spicy map.
Can definitely be a spicy map. Third party, fourth party, fifth party. This is the party map right here. We come in and we come in hot. You drop not so hot, but once you start to rotate, Tago starts to spice things up a little bit.
That's why we love it. I always say calm down a little bit on the rotations, but I think people just understand this. And now we're in the world of, we understand the timings. It's all about timings. Like harp on all about my timings. I'm like Mr. Clockman. But now we've got past that stage. It's not so much about the times anymore. It's about understanding the best rotation pass based upon the information that you have. And that still people are getting a little bit wrong. We are seeing a couple of cars clash heads, and hey, most of our games this evening have already been crazy zone shifts, so add that on top of Tago, you can't get wrong, really.
Is that a recipe for disaster or a recipe for good matches? I don't know. I mean, it's depending on the perspective of the player here, but definitely looks like we're in for some interesting matches here. The zone should be popping any second to give us an idea of where we're heading, and it looks like Godok, center of that zone, and Solo, along with our ADR squad, centered up in the middle of that drop.
Not a bad shout for them. I think, though, I know so on the edge of multiple teams, Nessa and Run and Gun, which are very much on that sort of east-hand side of the zone. They're going to find their way in. A huge shout, actually, PUBG. This is obviously a patch back, guys, because we're on the eSport client. But the latest patch at the moment with the Rondo map, which I do really love Rondo, actually. I'm the more I play it, I'm actually really enjoying it. I love the little thing. They've put the e-pickup in CC. So when the e-pickup happened, a flight path for the e-pickup shows on the observer. So we get to see it. We get to see the line of the e-pickup, which I think is such a great bit of information. Because yes, we can kind of see where it's going, but it's really, really clear where they're going to make the decisions, who's going for the late jumps, who's staying a little bit short, who's just going for their zone shift that they want. Anyway, so, as you mentioned, is Godok. I do fear about that water in the middle. I know it likes to play that way, but I do know it can sometimes go to that north side here. So we have to wait and see if it tracks back to Godok. I wouldn't want to be a team in Godok. Like, for Solo, maybe sit on the outside edge, but don't at least get a foothold, because it's very rare we get city endings.
I just would hate to be a team that's here on the southern end towards the fishing camp, and that's going to have to take the rotation. If Pod sets up a rotation camp, or if any of the teams there towards the middle decide to set up a rotation, a bridge block, it's definitely not going to look good for the opposing players. But, I don't see it as much as I used to. When this map first came out, it was like nobody was touching the bridges. Nobody would take those rotations. And now it seems to be that, again, kind of rotations are there and a little bit more given, but there's so many teams that are going to have to drive up to the north side of Tago that have chosen the southern part of the drop here. So it's really going to come down to chance. And again, there we go. Drive-by shots coming through already as teams starting to rotate in. A couple of minutes on the clock, but it looks like, driving away. No, we almost had some truck drive-bys there. I mean, neither player in a fast car right there.
The whole team turned. The whole team was like, we got him. He's in the slow truck. We're like, hold on, but we are also in the slow truck, so we are not catching up. I know it does go back. Grandfathers, though, do lock in. We do see Pod leave Palace. Yeah, you're right. We don't get as many. I think that comes back to that timing speech that I keep harping on about, mate. People know when to rotate now for their team. There's a couple of unknowns, like, don't get me wrong, like this Na'Vi team is unknown. Otto is down and out here, but Senka is the only player here in Buxan. He's going to go down. He does go down. Aquino punishes him, but they will be disappointed. Oh, now seeing big plays now. Primal game number 2. I'm going for those full sends up and over. A backflip.
Basta, give it to us. Come on.
Yeah, give us the backflip.
Give me that BMX Dave Mira on the bike. Oh, speaking of Dave Mira on the bike, I don't know, other side of the coin right now. We've got ADR down to just one player. Dorito trying to fire some shots through the window, but Hype Kino and the rest of Hype doing some damage on the side as well. But we've got one player trying to hop in the window.
He goes for the first. Why did he go for the first?
He wanted that point, mate.
It was a 2-on-1. It was a 2-on-1. Take it. You're losing him. Like,
Yep.
Anyway,
they were battered, they were bruised, and unfortunately, he decided to turn his back, and they took advantage.
They did take full advantage of that, though. Game number 1, though. Alec done well. An old team, OG logo back in the mix. I've been told I had to do a little bit of photoshopping just to drop the background. I hope that's okay, guys. I did ask permission. If it's not right, I will put it back. But Nessa taking the fight towards them at the moment. Down one, looking to try and get this one. Might be caught now, but just about gets in. The util is coming raining. There's not much of a dip. Got a feel though. Is it Bomb over? He's behind. Bomb is behind. So there you go. Backs and packs. Get some shots. Make Nessa turn and punish though. Gets one down. Gonna go for the second. The shot's coming back over. Nessa need to figure out exactly what the hell is going on. Sees the dancing through the bush. Now he gets the opportunity. But he didn't get the reload on the AUG. He's down to his last clip though. But Relic though are making the push. There's no Relics here. They are pushing aggressive. And Nessa though do get a knock on the other side. So it's a bit of a 2 versus 3. And Grandfathers go down completely. What the hell happened there?
Pod, Navi, and Solo all involved in the massacre right there. Talk about timing, and that right there is the complete opposite of great timing right there. If you're in the form of Grandfathers here, you get taken down by 3 teams. We know it's third party central, but right there, that just feels bad, man.
He's bad. Now Bomb is taking a bit of a one-on-one. Now he's got the ridge line here. Right, just gonna try and launch a nade for that little window. I don't know if it's gonna work, but maybe he gets the angle. I think he's trying to get those sound cues up now. But difficult fight to be had. Again, I want to keep an eye mainly on that zone. We lost Grandfathers, and look at this pod on the outside edge of SRM. So I've seen other teams rotate. Navi going aggressive. They've gone wide again. So we are looking for the early fight. Looks like we are going to get a kind of a 2 versus 1 fight. And a 1 versus 1 on the other side. They didn't play out the other side. Maybe caught on the one. There goes one in lineup. He doesn't quite get the second one down. It's down to Bomalovo. He's got the depth of experience. Has he seen the player? Uses the bush nicely. Goes out to the field. There's different sound cues out here, though. They will know he's out wide. He's out playing against the wall. And Nessa tighten themselves back. See, down, not out. And Nessa will try and take the time where they can to get the information back. Get the player back on their feet. Nessa find themselves back to a 4 strong. It's a 4 versus 1. And Bomalovo, he's good. He's got to be damn good to pick these guys apart now. Yeah. Oh! Oh my days! Yeah, duke it out like a gentleman's agreement. Absolutely love it. Solo coming alive, but I like that they identified they don't want to be sitting and go dock. It's difficult. Teams sometimes hunker down those CC. They position themselves up as more of a defensive play. Look, I get it. That is some teams' remit. I'm a guy that likes to play the open train. I'm terrible to play with rank because I'm the guy that's always pushing. I don't ever let go of the W key. I don't think might result in why I'm not as good and I'm casting, not playing. But I do like it. Solo aggressively leaving the safety of their net. Now they're getting backstabbed slightly themselves as Navi sneak in. And Scooby had a bit of a Scooby-Doo for a moment. Now they've got to identify. There's only 1 set of shots out here, so can they isolate where do they potentially move? Scooby's in a bad spot. He just needs to try and hanker his way down. And Navi looks like they're on a bit of a 2-1 split though, but I like it. Navi again. They're taking it to the teams. They want to get aggressive. They've got a point to prove. They've got a big name against them. They've got a big logo above their heads. And you know what? They're not letting it down, especially after game 2. Yep. Hey, love it. They say it's not a van picking them up. There goes the wall up. It does pull back again. Retracts over. We're playing aggressive. They've moved their way over. I don't think they want to go down too early. And this time, there are some drops. And I wonder if the drops have been grabbed. Oh, slow up any car. Looks like they have, but I'd expect it to be grabbed by the team, as they have left a lot of rubbish already over. And I'll tighten themselves back up. It looks like we are going to fight. Run and Gun went for a long wrap round, and we'll have to take on Zocdanam. We know how good these guys can hold in the old, I suppose, the compounds.
And it looks like right now, hunkering down, trying to hold down the compound against Run and Gun here. We've watched these two players specifically have to fight it out. Actually, no, it's a 2-2 split. We got Mize and Vasquez, then Nookie and Scav. But we watched the 2-2 of Zen do some amazing work last time, and this time they're going to hold off RNG on the back pedal. Going to hold off to one of the more safer compounds they have for now. Is Scav almost finding the knockdown onto Sparta. Able to just pull away in time here, getting in the vehicle, and it looks like for now, RNG will just play off on the backfield.
Again, looking at the zone. Sorry, I keep looking at the map. I expect it to come back this way. We still have teams on the outside, though. New G is down this sort of south side. They are taking shots over towards Hype. Unfortunately for them, they lost Otto. Otto is playing on that ES test today. Not Mixie today, so it is Otto. It's holding the fort down, opening the lobbies, being the laser and the main admin man that he is. Fairy Tale. And now next on the agenda, though, for Pin. Just to get close enough, if I zoom or pull those pins again, we know how destructive their nades can be. So I think they are going to be watching and waiting. But the other side of the zone, though, Primal, they find themselves with some new neighbours here, and some neighbours with an MG, and Diffix again with a P90. Oh, you gotta love it. Fuzzface with MG, Diffix, P90.
Great weapons in play here. Full force coming from the Woo, and against our top team of the lobby here. Woo looking to switch positions here. They've had themselves some great games. They've had themselves some great positioning. And now just want to be able to take this match for themselves here. 25 kills, though, against Primal last match. Definitely not going to be an easy fight for them, but it looks like Primal's not interested in the fight. They're inside the vehicles. They're backpedaling, and they're going to find themselves, it looks like, a different location down to the south, sitting at the edge of that bridge. But Daz, actually a little bit further on in the zone here. Control coming out from Primal right now. Information Central is going to come through, and this is basically just keeping them in the zone. I kind of getting to know Primal and understanding their rotation. I think this is what's getting them that amount of kills there towards the end of that game right there, is finding this information, not being afraid, to kind of send a player out to scout for that information. And then again, after realizing that a crash come through from Woo, they regroup and then decide to retake it again.
Yep. And I see the guys join over as New G take this from. Daz, though, is keeping an eye on the south, though. Primal kind of putting themselves back to that bridge. There's a lot of wonderful trenches there. We've got those sort of construction piles, all the sand and dirt and logs and stuff they can hide behind. So loads of places someone can sort of get a wonderful angle out. And the Woo, I'm looking to generate the angles. Nixie Diffix, though, hold the compound. Look at that. Ibby and Fuzzface goes all the way back. I think Fuzzface, you think, might have left it back at the drop, so he goes back for it. And the zone goes back to Godok. Now, we mentioned this at the beginning, and I said, don't want to be a team in Godok. Now, I think teams are going to be teased with this one, and either I'm going to get PUBG'd, mate. It's going to go into the Godok, and it's going to be a shocker. Like, don't get me wrong, right? But I feel like, you see where Solo are moving now? I think that compound there could be really, really key now for a late game. And the same with Team Space. They might just want to hold down because the zone has the capabilities of really pushing away from Godok.
So I'll tell you, right where the teams are starting to centralize. Navi, the first to beat it right there. Margarita, good rotation. Zen, great rotation. The compounds there, we've seen a lot of finishes in that field right there in between the two teams, both Solo and Navi. Going to have to battle it out right there. The off angles that you get in Zen's positioning from those 4-stack apartment buildings right there are honestly huge. You can get some big angles. And there, as you can see, Zen going to have to start climbing their way up. They should be able to feed plenty of information. And honestly, a lot of the end games here, not necessarily in Godok. I think as Mark's, hinting at several times, like it is going to go Godok, but it's not going to go Godok at the same time, So these teams starting to kind of,
yeah.
So definitely just trying to piece their way into this zone, and I think trying to understand what that next rotation is and what that next zone is really going to be. These players really being challenged today on some zones, and honestly, this is one of my most entertaining things about casting. I don't know about necessarily being a player, but it's when they're not just give and take zones right here. These are zones that players are working for. And speaking of work right now, Run and Gun running into Nessa right here, have already lost Blist right now. Now in a 3v3 fight here against Nessa. But over the top, a Fright comes, catches Abdu. just stuck there trying to get that heal off, and now Sparta inside the blue, trying to pepper some shots there onto a Fright. Fortunately, having to turn his face and heal back towards the vehicle. He's going to have to just get in, or maybe regroup there with the final player who's already inside the zone there, but RNG going to lose 2 to Nessa here.
Love it. Nessa know that he's trying to wrap, and they are moving to try and stop him. So, lucky enough, Sparta does have the car. And it does have the player already in zone. So, good shout for them. Lucky enough, the drops are coming down onto their heads. Thank you for all takes. So, who's going to be happy with that? Yeah. Be blessed. And they come down. The drops a rain of fire. That does give you that sort of telltale. There's that sort of myth legend that he always pulls back towards the crates. Don't know if that's the case. I kind of think I think we're going to get teased again. It depends on how much of a tease we get from Godok to whether it goes in there. And God, if it goes in there, I'd be the first time I had a city. But do you know what? It'd be really manic. 12 teams remain, 41 players, and a lot of fighting on the outside edge here. As our hype beast. Got first kill on the board though. They got Primal right on top of them though. And our shiny Dazmate making our brighter whites white though. He's going to get the first knock, but he's going to go down himself though. And Joxy is that final player. Michael was able to get the flush, but Semty clearly turned on him and got the details. But you know, further down, there goes that shift further afield, and that's what I'm talking about. There's that prime compound I see from Solo, and I feel like Zen are in a bad spot. Yeah, they've got some high ground. Yes, they can gain some information. Can't take anything away from that. But they've got limitations. Solo are just going to be playing like whack-a-mole on those windows, and Zen might just be getting farmed of damage at the moment.
So the odd thing about this zone, again, now hopefully not to, again, take it away from the players here. Hopefully it does favor the team. But a lot of the times it shifts up north. They're going to have 2 potential north shifts. That will just shift hard down to the south right there. There's a little bit of revenge there for Jogs. He's going to be able to knock Kino and get the flush right here. It's now still with Michael and Sambi. But a lot of the time the zone tends to pull its way back towards that top side here. So it's really going to come down to how PUBG does PUBG things.
Yeah. Wait for that zone to go. But we've got 4. Where's number 4? 7 seconds on the clock though. Michael, something you need to play in here. But Jonksy, he's got the jammer pack. He's going wide on them. Now trying to get him to commit. I don't know if he's seen him. SoundQ should have come over the top though. Got a limited amount of time. Takes some damage. Needs to figure out that jammer pack though is going down. Michael with the nades could be cooking straight over. There goes the bleepy beeps because he knows he's going down though. He needs to try and get the knockdown. Somebody comes in, but that's the end of Prime on Hype Beast. Lay down the law again, but there are only a 2. Pod need to figure out what they are going to do here. Cart Fort might be key. They're going to hear these shots down the south. These teams are working their way now in towards zone. And one of those teams, though, is the Woo. I've got quite a bit of a zone to chunk off here.
My biggest question, I was going to ask chat, where do they end up here? I was looking at them. One of the only teams still stuck on the outside along with that solo TS right there. Trying to find any way in. Any is going to find Ibiza on that rotation. Does the Woo stop for the kill? No, they're going to have to just let Ibiza get flushed out here. 3 now on the rotation. Full sending. It looks like finding some ridge to kind of play on for right now. They've understood that, again, Tego's got these dips, got these valleys, and they're going to be able to at least buy some time for right now after the loss of Ibiza. 3 kills on the board. Down to Newgate here, trying to find the other solo player of TS. It's Danny. And it looks like spotted out by Satoru, who's going to take some well-played shots, come through. One more to finish him off there, but it's from the side. Magor to find the knock on to Danny right there. Flush should come through in TS. It should be down to the solo any.
Yep, Zen now starting to leave the high rises, working their way through. Running come, advantage of the low numbers, that's going to favour them now, as they are able to make 2 feel like 22 in the city. And they are sort of tinkering their way through here. They're going to take a few side stabs and going to make sure they get through the main areas. And Navi, they are also very, very split. Not as many kills, they are sort of spreading the wings and, again, causing some damage. I'd be surprised for them to start really picking up some kills. I think it's the next zone, which is the big one. We are going to see it now move. A couple of solos remain. Teams face one of them. Nessa, the other one. There it goes. It's going to tease its way back towards Doc. It's going to help Run and Gun. It's going to help Zen and Navi, give or take. But we do get a kind of indication of now where the zone's going to end up. And it's not as far down south as we might have expected.
Telling you, man, that Godok, those compounds, I don't know what it is. I've been, you know, in my ranked matches, because I'm such a profound player, you know, I always get caught out in that situation right there, thinking, oh, it's pulling down south, oh, we're solid, and then boom, there it is, right back somehow into Godok there, and Any, unfortunately, with nowhere as far as to call a home here in Phase 5. It's going to get eliminated there at 11th, finally breaking us down to 10 teams, almost into the single digits, almost into the placement points here. And honestly, as I'm looking at these top teams to the north, regroup, secure your spots there to the compounds, because there's still a lot of teams down to the south, Newgate especially, the Woo, trying to find themselves a way, and eventually they're going to have to find themselves some hard cover compounds. But right now, Newgate doing a great job of taking care of Woo, finding Nixie, finding Fuzzface, and now it's all up to Diff, who's got the P90 in hand. But after a very stacked, run for loot, you honestly thought the Woo would have did a little bit more, but it's just power in numbers, caught off on some off angles. It's a different and difficult rotation coming in for the Woo. So now it's all down to these few teams that are out of Phase 5 trying to find their way in, and chaos ready to commence here, Mark.
Yep, Michael, PNC champion 2022 from the UK. Here there's a player close to him. There goes one. He gives away his position now. Oh, shots come over. Is it Vasu that takes the shots? I don't think it is, actually. But, that is going to help Diffix. You can see he's pushing forward. He knows this kid doesn't need 2 opportunities to start pushing. Oh, hello. Wow.
Easy.
Easy kills.
Kasu loving that one. Oh, Michael says, I'll take that one right back. Yoink.
Yeah, you took one from me. I'll take you, mate. That was my squad to fight. Fixo has picked out Michael. What if Michael's picked him, though? Fixo does take the initial shots. He's going to get sideswiped here. Sodo destroying that compound. Picks up one. Quick kill confirm. And Hypebeast going down slowly. Numbers as well. Fix down, does lose him. He has already moved for 3. Good move here. He knows he needs to get on his tippy toes and get shifting in. Now gets cleared out. That P90, no recoil, is going to be destructive. Hypebeast, they get the placement point. 8th place for them, and the Woo find their way after a difficult rotation down to 1. Ibby was first to go on that rotation in the car, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but Nuji just pinned them down.
Pinned him down, but able to get into the placement here. 7 teams now remain. That kill worth 2 points there for Diff right there. So definitely putting Woo into the positive placement. We have lost Primal, so still gaining positive points and closing the gap slowly but surely with Primal. Navi as well, still up and powering in numbers here, but it's Pod. We had a rough rotation last time around here. Now 5 kills on the board.
Oh,
looking like they were going to take it with FT, but unfortunately not. Again, Mark, and there it is, straight towards Godok. And I told you, Zen, with those compounds, flushes Navi out, forces him down, and now out of the 4-stack apartment buildings has found themselves almost center of zone Phase 6.
I'll give you that. I didn't think Zen would be in. I thought Zen would lose it now. And it'd be in that field, and Solo would kind of, maybe not on the edge, but they'd be in a centralized position. I can't see Solo's compound being lost just yet. Maybe on the next one, I think they get another blessing. It does mean, though, with the amount of buildings in, we've got 7 teams. We might lose a couple from the outside, but we might lose a few players. We might lose some of this from the 21, but it's going to be a head-to-end in Phase 6. It might slow right down. These teams trying to farm the damage where possible. It's going to be the south side. The fight's going to happen. Ferry, Pod, Diffix all need to get in, and they've got the field in front of them. And yes, the rice fields are really, really good, but Solo will get a sidestep on anyone that pushes down. It's going to be about timing. You're going to need those vehicles to get going. I know Pod might be looking at this going, we ain't going to be getting in here very clean, so let's just try and take as many kills as we can now before we end this one.
That definitely seems to be Pod's plan of attack right here, is trying to capitalize, trying to find some kills before they have to just force to run into the next zone right here. But there it is from the side, snap with a little bit of help coming out from, I want to say, Zima. They're able to find the first knock. Presenti goes down, flushed out now in the drive-by. Zima's got the util in hand. P90 as well, I think I seen also. Yeah. So we've got some damage ready to be happening here in the form of Fairy Tale here. Pin tries to pin them down. He's stuck in the blue right now, using the car for coverage, but Zoob's going to find that knock. All left to just rocks. And that's a hard fight for him to take. But Zen able to find the final member of POD. Fairy Tale with a little bit of ridge maybe to play with here after closing out POD right there. Just has to worry about the solo. If Diff can win this fight, find himself some P90 ammo, and this could be huge.
There's P90 and Famas in front of him. Let's see if he can survive out. He can't. Does get the knock, unfortunately, but Solo get the side swipe. Tokyo flex his muscles, though, with the SLR. He's down. He's out. Fairy Tail are not in here, and so they need to focus their attention again south. We knew the action was going to come from the south because they didn't really have the train, and it's millimeters. They're not far. It's kind of like rock. You kind of look at it though, if you're Fairy Tail, and go, do you know what? We need to smoke our way. Just get ourselves into that field. Use the cast and maybe block out Solo. Then try and take the fight. It's going to be painful no matter what for any of these teams now. And I kind of like the Solo trying to generate the angles. They're trying to move their way out. 5 teams remain. We're about to go top 4. It's going to be quite an aggressive ending.
From crazy, chaotic zones to everybody starting to control themselves here, much like we've seen in the last match here. Started to get towards this phase 6, and everybody started to get their angles, get their positioning inside the zone.
Wow.
And one more time,
Wow.
it goes straight up into Godok, into the 2 warehouses
Wow.
where Na'Vi had full send. And let me tell you, this is
What?
PUBG right here. Let me tell you,
What
Godok.
is this is mad.
I don't know
This
what it is.
mad.
Every time I used to think how you think, Mark. Oh, it's going. With Solo's in a great spot. I love the field. It's going back that way. No, it always.
Has to.
I don't say always, but when I'm here, this is where it's going. Okay.
You jinx me, mate. You PUBG jinx me, mate. This is
Just sharing the love.
Where's the middle? The middle's going to land maybe out in the field. But we phase 7. We've got a phase 8. We're going to still hold those buildings. Zenz will be all right. Na'Vi might need to push in. Vasco needs to make a decision, or like, as in they go to him or they go back. Run and gun. They're not going to move realistically. They're going to wait for the next zone. Zen already trying to hold them out. It's going to be all eyes now on Fairy Tail as they move in, and Solo got to do the same.
Zen, I'll take a cold one. Corona. Modelo. No, it's good.
Oh, the car's in the
Fairy
wrong
Tail
place.
on the. Unfortunately, not expecting the car to be through the smoke. Poppy's gonna find 1, finds 2, looking to find the 3rd. Margarita doing some damage. The nades up. It's over. From the backside comes in. There's knocks all over. Solo has fallen. They've lost 3 players in the mid as well. Zen capitalizing on the full send from Solo. There's still 1 player left anchoring. But Margarita to find the final player of FT. There's only 1 Solo member left alive. Zen takes care of 3. RNG spotted out, still being held out. There's 4 teams remaining. The final Solo member, Tokyo Flex, full sense, looking to take down Na'Vi.
Oh, it's going to pick up Na'Vi here. Oh, the shots on the outside. Get your Margarita on, lads. Reset, making the push forwards. This does happen, and here's an explosive ending. Vasco
All right, Baz.
says goodbye. Zen hold the control. 4v3v2 here. They got eyes on our run and gun team. Run and gun know exactly where Na'Vi are. There's no surprises to be had here. It's not like we'd normally see these teams leaving the outside edge of the city, and all the sea of colour being condensed into a very small position, and then clearing the fight in the town and going, I've got no idea what's outside. It's gone the other way. Completely flipped the switch. So all the teams now here. Run and gun know exactly where both these teams are. They're on the outside edge. It's phase number 7. A little bit of a, hey, we're moving in. I'd like Zen, though, going aggressive. They were 1 kill a minute ago. They've now found themselves for another 5. That was mainly because of a blessing that Solo pushed straight into their trap.
Gotta love it. Setting the traps, lurking, lying in wait. Zen starting to just spread themselves throughout the entire zone here. They've got an angle in the center, to the north, to the south, and even an anchor down towards the care packs right now, starting to just really, really hunker themselves down for the final zone. Phase 8, 30 seconds on the clock till we get that 2-minute 40 clock for phase 9 here. And honestly, with how congested and how tight this zone is, we may get closer and closer to that final zone. I see a lot of util in the form of Na'Vi. I'm sure Zen has just as much. Neither team having to use much util in the fight already, but run and gun seems to be who everybody's attention is on right now. So it looks like may get them cut out, and we have a fight between Na'Vi and Zen. But taking the res, RNG going to take this opportunity. Yeah, there it is. Like I said, look at this. Na'Vi is pinned down. Zen, all they're going to have to do is take a peek. They know where the information is at. They know where this team's fighting from and trying to push out of. And it's just not going to be easy. And there it is. Nookie from the side. And then from the other side is Na'Vi. RNG having an absolute tough time to get out of the spot right here.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. It's all going to be eyes on them. You two are coming over. The fences are helping. They should be able to get a res on at least. And arguably, the fences coming down would also help. Getting them move forward now. And under a bit of spray. P90, Rosa, sorry, causing damage. And you thought running gun, maybe just tap yourself out here. I know it's a bit of a bad way to go. I know it's very EMEA style of PUBG, but deny the point. Let these two go at it. You know they're having good games. Like, I know you haven't got any kills yet. Maybe that's a driver to go forward, but going to just basically give a point over. Na'Vi going to claim that one, though. 5 kills for them. They got 3 players. Then they've got the additional player. They also got the 7 kills. So up on the kill count, up on the player count. And now they've got center dot. And Na'Vi need to get moving.
All coming down to slow, steady peaks here. 2 minutes, 40 seconds for Phase 9. Into the final moments of PUBG. We're finally getting to see the old school. Maybe we get to see the round bubble come out. We get into that final tough zone. Nothing but smokes, nothing but first person, shooting a few shots. And honestly, that's some of the most intense PUBG as a player and some of the most enjoyable PUBG as a player. But Na'Vi putting the pressure on right now. They're going to waste no time. But Vasku and the rest of Zen has basically taken control of the center at that zone here. They need to just watch their angles and wait for the peaks to come through, but Util's starting to rain out right now. 3 smokes. Margarita with a huge peak on the Vasku right there. Looking to maybe even the numbers here. It's a 3v3 here from the back. Nuki having an opportunity here. But there goes the trade. Mize with a nice nade. The follow-up coming out in the backside should confirm. It does. Margarita will go down. Na'Vi down to 2, and Zen looking to reset. Maybe get this res here on the Vasku.
I'm interested to go for the res, actually, because they have the capabilities of doing it. They are sticking it now on the inside. Army have arguably moved their way forward. They're still not quite on that centre dot. It is on this side of the compound. It's kind of where that close smoke is. Scav sits nicely just on the outside wall. You can see he had a blue zone nade in his back pocket. So it's either launch it now or launch it later. And if I was you, I'd launch it right at that single container. If you get it between the two, that'd be even better. Looks like he's going straight around the other side. That's good. That's going to force him out to the other side or forward. Can't be taking big damage like that. They just don't know if there's anyone in front of him. So we see the big rainbow nade comes out and over the top. And Scav uses the opportunity now to go through. Final player for Na'Vi. Goes down to zone on the outside. There goes to the flash. He's going to be full flash. They're going to be hunting down a point here. Should be a winner. Chicken dinner. And it is. Zen didn't want to let that one go. 10 kills on the board for them. And a 20-point game here for our one and only Tago. Good game. Good ending. You called it though, CC. You got it right. And Zen held it and played it so well. 10 kills. They smashed the damage. They got the assists.
That was a well-placed and well-timed game coming out from Zen. The rotations, the backfill. Not only did they coexist with Na'Vi the entire time, but teams like that end up having the power position, then ended up folding. They did not fold. They did not falter. They ended up holding it out. They did let them kind of get their positioning, but they were able to keep them back at bay, held them in positioning, and then once the fight came through, bam, they, full sent it. Were able to recap, get the reses, and that was just a beautiful game coming out from Zen. And again, nothing given to the zone. 10 kills, like I said, 2,000 damage. That's not because they were just sitting in wait. They were honestly getting all the kills. They were putting all the numbers up, and they were just finding the aggression when aggression was needed.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to shift from that compound. Not far, I thought it was going to end in those fields, but it just held on to those flats. And I think that caused Run and Gun a few issues because you saw them trying to push in. They had to check off those flats to go, is there someone up there? They're going to be able to dominate on the top of us, cause us problems, cause us issues. And as a slower push for Run and Gun in, it was just an agreement between Na'Vi and Zen. They were like, hey, let's just deal with the team. And interestingly, all 3 of those teams at the end knew exactly where everyone was. They've been stabbing points at each other most of the game. Run and Gun, unfortunately, had to sort of be subject to a lot of that damage on their end. But eventually, when they cleared it and they knew the solo and our fairy tales had to push in, and they were done, they were good to go. And as a result, they eventually worked their way down. And Vasku for Zen got it right. He put himself in that position. He did get caught at the end, though, slightly, but he put himself pretty much on that center dot. And from that dot, Zen able to take the win. We've got Vikendi coming up next, though. The snowy sandstorms. The sandstorms are due at the end, but the snow will be first. Let's take a quick break, though. I am being summoned into lobby. We'll have a quick chat about the leaderboard after this. But for now, see you guys after the break.
All right, everybody, and ready for a little bit of cold crew activity over Vikendi. We're here with Mark Powercast on the Mark Power channel, looking over the top of 16 teams, over 64 players to see who's going to be the best of Vikendi, the Cold Fronts, the Blizzards, the Bears, all to come through here. Plenty of action always on Vikendi. As Lumberyard train station, I haven't seen either of the finishes still there, but I'd again like to see some spicy finishes. The rotations always chaotic here on Vikendi, and this is another one, Mark, where teams are still kind of defining out that timing, but definitely it's getting a little bit cleaner the further and further we get into the year 2023 and ending that year into 2024. But a lot of learning and a lot of new maps and potential here over Vikendi.
Yep, the timing is getting right on this one, and I think people are now getting more eager to maybe strive the stake of the flag into the grounds. More people are now fighting over drop spots when it comes down to these events, so looks like they're getting pretty close. And like always in sort of these middle compounds, we get teams trying to fight it out. Part and parcel of that is because of you want to get in the center, right? You want to be able to get in the center. You stand a better chance of getting a zone. And down one, he's wiggling his way over, but hopefully he catches the player on the left here from RV landing down and won't turn into that compound. So they do hold up. They're okay. And they might get the call now to collapse in on that one. So goes very much to the top. And again, look at this. We are seeing fights again for these sort of compounds and run and gun, find it under pressure. And Andua is going to have to try and hold back here because he has multiple from our relic sort of hunkered down already.
That's always tough right there. You pick up a gun, they only give you one clip. I mean, you have the potential to get up to 3 clips. When you just get the one clip and you have this pressure coming in from teams, you're just like, come on, PUBG. Where's the extra 30? Where's the extra 60 for my clip here? So sitting on 30 bullets to take down 2 players right here, like if the pressure wasn't enough as is, he's already just got 30 bullets to try to take down 2 players. If I'm Rel, you're definitely going to send the support eventually to come help out here. I want to say, okay, this isn't a crowbar needed roof, so he's able to get to the roof at least on having that roof access here, but still work going to be cut out here for Abdu.
He's going to be cautious though. He'll hear that move. Now he's on the bottom side. Actually,
smokes up, so he's...
Yeah, he's in all right. They're all working the sound cues. Nice jump over. GG's. They do pick him up. Fortunately, they run and gun and try to make something happen. But that'll be the end of them. Surely the boys will disengage, maybe overhang on coal mine, but you kind of expect these late drops to be clear, and not really the case.
I think they're full sending, Mark. I think they want that revenge.
No, they can't. They can't.
Oh, come on.
Money's in the line. They've got to think about a long game.
Yeah, this is definitely only the middle. There's still so much to play, but you've seen it. And then I think that they were thinking, like, all right, do we collapse? There's only 2 of them. We can full send with 3. Nah, we don't want to lose one more. Nah, we'll take it. We're in the middle of the zone right now.
But it's not the best couple of games. They've last one arguably is mostly the best one they've had. Getting into 3rd spot and got done a little bit. So they've got some placement points. They've not really got the kills. There's 3 days of best of 6 and there is money on the line. So yeah, you can have a couple of bad games, but I think their bad games are done. Run and gun and need to ensure a good level of placement point and kills now going through the next couple of days.
Big facts, man. Big facts. Like I said, one game could be an absolute game changer. We see 25 points from Primal. I mean, let me say 25 points can get you from here to there, jumping several spots. Middle of the leaderboard, always so tight here. Again, the competition this year has been one of the most entertaining runs for comp, whether as far as surprises, as far as teams that just come through out of nowhere. And again, this is just opportunity for teams in Primal, Hype, and a few other teams down to the south going to find their way in. And this being unlike Tego, unlike Erangel, more similar to Miramar, you have safer rotations in the fact that you don't have to cross bridges. But in the same fact, there's a lot of ridges, a lot of terrain, and there's just a lot of setup here that teams can definitely put themselves in as far as positioning goes. But when you're talking rotations, I think Vikendi is one of the more calm maps to kind of rotate yourself in on. You can take several different paths in order to get yourself to the same location. And as long as you understand where your competitors play, can usually get yourself safely to that next compound.
Yeah, and the river obviously being frozen, yes, it does retract the zone, and we do see that the same. I'm not a fan of these sort of outside the TDM style endings. I think the angles are far too great, but I do like those sort of broken pieces in the ice. I think get yourself your cars down there, you can maybe hold out and cause some problems. It looks like we are getting a slight fight now for this, so the guys are going to get in the car. It looks like they are going to get the move on, maybe. As Primal, they understand this is a key spot, and they are full sending for it.
Right in the center of the zone. Good hold so far. Nades, Util coming in heavy, trying to find the 2 players here. Pharrell in comes support, 1 on the offhanger. Bomb still hanging off, but it's Inano. Noel gonna find 1 in response. Elska to get the knock, and now it's a 3v3 here. Shoxy now down. And it's still just 1 player left inside the trenches. Finds a good angle, gets the spray, looks for the transfer, but just not ready. But is able to get the knock, just not the flush. So Bomb will have to get support. Still holding that off angle, but the nade is perfect. Gets the final knock on the 3rd player for Relic. It's all left of the solo Bomb still inside the compound here. So Primal takes positioning away here from a Relic.
Yeah, that's key. That's very key. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I think a big factor of that also was Hype Beast. They were taking the third-party action in, and obviously they were overlooking Bomb's rotation. I think he made the right call. He just didn't get in the car in time to close up. He's now going to try and get as much loot as he can and maybe hide himself in the snowy terrain, maybe north of him.
Man, that alarm is just blaring, and I'm surprised Primal has not full sent it onto his position. They're still just hanging tight right now. Here comes Kino for the Hype Beast, peeking up, looking to maybe scab some kills, what he can get left on to Primal as they just kind of pick through their loot. But no angles coming through. Does spot out the solo Relic player inside the little base there. So for now, just a little bit of information scouting. Kino will pull back to group up with the squad. They do have the lift in control as well for Hype. So again, right now it's all about information scouting, trying to see where they can hold and where this next zone is going to go. We do see Solo finding themselves a way in as well, taking control of the other lift. But again, lift control, definitely a huge factor in the end game. We see teams quite often land on top of these lifts as well, and then really put themselves in a great positioning for the late game here.
Yeah, numbers not, I'll say this, but numbers not as a factor. You can get away with a 3. You can get away with a 2 in this map. A lot more easier than an Orangle or a Miramar, should I say. Looks like 100 ADR though on the rotation right by Na'Vi. Na'Vi do pull up. Interesting to see how this team is looking now on the snowy terrain. There's been a couple of guesses in chat. People have been letting us know who they think's in the team. There's been one person, I won't say who I 100% agree. And I am still working out that final player.
He's like, I'm gonna get it. He's like, I'm going through the motions. We're running through the list, and we've just about got it. TS coming out. Looks like they're gonna have some pressure coming in from ADR, maybe making the back rotation here into Dino Land. Na'Vi kind of following in suit as well, just behind. Grandfather's trailing in to Fairy Tale's rotation here. As again, teams trying to find this comfortable position inside phase 1 to make the best of an early game here. Is Zubila going to be able to find some angles, as looks like Grandfather's able to pull just past the sound of the blizzard. Will probably provide, again, some more sound cues and coverage to let Grandfather safely rotate in. But got another team joining maybe into Dino Land here. Down to the south there, we have quite a few teams here, slowly but surely joining us up here into, as again, the lovely PGC 2023 has just concluded.
Smashed it.
Gotta love it.
Big shout for them, mate. Great to watch at the end, I'll be honest with you. I was rooting for my boys. Yeah, unable to get across the line. And interesting, actually, coming out of that, some of these teams making roster changes, people leaving some of the rosters as well. SSG making changes. So,
if 2023 wasn't
changes.
interesting,
Like, people are making, for a top 16 team, making changes. Like, you're top 16 in the world. Like,
yeah. I mean, the key thing is, are they still going to be top 16 come next round? I mean, there's good, like I said, you see a lot of competitive teams starting to switch up these players, and Org's starting. I mean, Fuzzplay's going to Woo, a newer organization. It's not like he went with some big org coming off of FaZe, like goes with Woo, and there's just a lot of powerhouses going into more enjoy PUBG. And the enjoyment of PUBG leads to just better overall PUBG. I mean, these teams are finding rhythm, momentum, and when they enjoy it and are able to do this on a more consistent basis, we're starting to see these teams really develop, not only the relationship with one another, but just really, really competitive and outstanding PUBG.
What a shift. It goes heavy north to north for east. Solo, they are living the dream here. A heavy shift now. Under pressure. The rest of the boys now need to get the cover. And you mentioned the Woo. They are going to hunker themselves down. Good compound hold for them. High ground it is. I will say it's normally the high ground does retract the information and the attention of teams and players, but more importantly the zone. Looks like Nick's trying to figure out solo. This is a difficult mountain to hide. There's some of these that kind of goat trails that you can sort of follow behind and work your way up the mountain. It's not as clean. You can't always see all the players. TSD wrapped behind Pod though. Pod taking shots as Primal. Primal find themselves now just on the outside edge, so Pod expecting it to come back. They will take another one of these sort of craters. It'll be more easier. It wouldn't be surprised when people start learning the old mortar strikes well and the nades well. They're going to be able to know where to get in throwing distance for some of these.
That's what's going to be dangerous. Yeah, getting the actual positioning and the numbers down for some of these rotations, for some of these positions, could definitely play a huge factor into some of these money-making games right here. But lots of rotations going on, lots of shots happening here. Hype Beast trying to capitalize on these rotations, but from the vehicle, Daz going to get that. Now, actually, no, from the off angle, Daz going to get that with Primal. Pod going to take down Daz in return here. And just, again, a couple of knocks going on all ends here. No flushes, no confirms, as teams are kind of secured inside their compound. It's more or less the teams that are rotating that are doing the damage here. It's not the teams that are hunkered down. It's the teams that are in the vehicles that are able to hit the drive-bys, able to find themselves a positioning into that next zone. And there is Fuzzface with the... That was too close for comfort.
Oh, it has to be Fuzzface all the time. He's like,
that was too close.
Cover me, brother. I've got an RPG. I've got a Panzer to lay the law down. Be cautious, though. Second up coming in this area, so people might be looking this way, but you're driving by, next thing you're finding like a Panzer just whistle past your car. You gotta love it. Only the Shotgun Templar Fuzzface.
Jeez, love to see it happening here again. The Woo just built different, man. Nixie was on one this morning. Fuzzface just keeping the action non-stop. Ibiza, we already know. And then Diff just making big plays, coming in huge for game number 2 on Erangel, just putting up points when points are needed. The Woo having themselves a pretty good day, to say the least, here. As we wait for phase 1 to kind of close out, the rest of these teams starting to slowly but surely make their way in. Phase 2 to close out. Wait for these teams to slowly but surely close in. ADR, Nessa starting to kind of get close to one another, as Poppies for Navi still hangs tight on the lift to make sure he secures positioning there. But teams just slowly but surely backfilling into each other's positions here. But still 58 players up, moving into phase 3.
It's a good hold, actually. He's going to pick up. He looks over. He's going to not provide cover from teams coming in from the bottom side of the zone, but actually, more importantly, teams that are inside the zone. He can now look at the position of his next step in. If the zone pays back towards that west-hand side, it's, hey, I can get myself in here. I can now work towards his position. Uber gets a knocked out. 100 ADR are going to lose one. Mel under a bit of pressure. Does come west here, so Navi are going to hunker themselves down. See what they can do. Uber is going to work. Grandfathers didn't have the best Tego game, so see what they can do here. Wait from that.
As was Rez, gets the knock, gets a little bit of revenge onto POD right there. SRM getting into it with the grandfathers, as it looks like down here to the south here, still trying to make their way in. Mel, knock, should be able to get picked up there. Some return shots sent in that direction, catching up with Nessa, driving right past Navi, down bottom side. Shots are coming through, but will avoid getting knocked right there. And it looks like Margarita hasn't seen the opportunity for shots. Does spot out 2 players for Nessa, opens up with the AUG, finds one.
Final shot. Get your money out. Money!
Almost to find the second. Full send in from Kasu. Talk about a baby driver. Gets the reload, gets the second knock, and now it's just 1 player up. He's going to full send. He has to collapse to collect these kills here.
What great shots, though, coming through. Nessa Good reaction on the smoke. They are moving their way now in towards that position. Look at the rest of Na'Vi. They've got to get close here, but they haven't quite shifted just yet. Nessa sending more reinforcements, and actually 100 ADR are causing Na'Vi issues themselves. Margarita looking for that second car now coming in. And he knows be able to get that res in time, but I have to wait and see. Good knocks, good holes, got him on the last couple of bullets, got the second one, well disciplined. Just would have loved to have seen that Molly straight out even after that first one, to a point where actually, do you know what? Yeah, you might have only picked up one of the kills, not the two, but arguably you might be looking at a point on the board right now.
Yeah, maybe even 2 here. But again, like you said, the discipline is there. IGL must have said, look, just hold tight. We're not there. You get knocked, you're dead. That's end of the game right there. Inside the shack, though, Relic finds Pod. Pin is going to go down right there. And the least unsuspecting grabs some care packages, gets a little bit of early Christmas, and then goes down. Now 2 solos. Look at the bush. Wookie rocks, waiting to see Bomb step out and maybe collect a little bit of revenge, collect one for Pod, but we still got 16 teams. We have not even lost a single team, as these teams are just slowly but surely finding a spot to survive here. 4 games in on Vikendi.
And this comes back to your point earlier. Like, people have learned, yes, the times are not as good when it comes down to Tago, but we're in this stage now, develop of this map, where it's actually, okay, well, we kind of know where we need to go. We kind of know roughly where we want to get in and how. And it's all coming down to who knows now the train better. These teams are the best of the best, right? They know the train. That's why we've got 16 teams store up. Everyone fighting for the outside edge. Phase 3 is going to tickle a little bit more. Everyone's fighting for any high ground they can get. And I think Jogsy will be another victim. So he'll go down. 50 players left alive, and 60 teams now make it as the zone shifts again. Newgate are going to be happy here. Our solos are going down. And Primal taking this early position away, actually, from our team early. As a result, now having to run the gauntlet themselves.
Losing another one. Nookie and the rest of Zen with the bolties. That's a second bolty knock from Zen. And there it is. Tamara to find Primal, the final member there. And that is now Primal eliminated in 16, 2 games. Back-to-back, not so great for Primal after starting the day off hot. Now teams starting to get a chance to catch up here. His grandfather's also eliminated there. Pod to follow. And now down to 13 teams here as we lose 3 back-to-back here. Rel's still going to hold out, find some good shots onto SRM, but the response is there. Another team to fall down to 12 here. We should maybe lose another 2 before the rest of Phase 4 does conclude. Finally starting to see some action, finally starting to see some team loss here, and give a little hope for some placement points.
They're running gun. Now find themselves on the outside edge after losing one early on. They've got some high ground. They're gonna maybe third party this Nessa fight. They've got to make it count here. Looks like Nessa is now deploying what was sent for Na'Vi straight up in the air. It's going to be a straight send now towards our team, which is run and gun. He should be looking up. I can't imagine him. There's no smoke. There's no indication. This is pure guesstimation. It's not far off Bliss. Might be a spray. And he gets it. Oh my God. Bliss gets deleted from a mortar.
No way do we just get it again. Bliss just running, minding his own business there. Nessa takes some pop shots. The third and the second to connect right there. Looks like they are in response to get the res here, but beautiful job done there from Nessa.
Oh, here we go. This is when I wish I picked up him. He didn't get it, but he didn't get the knock. Spartan now needs to go as he's running the barrage of Nessa. God, you threw the fakey smoke. You gotta love it. You now wish you put him over your shoulder. Maybe run far away. Didn't know there was more to come here. Nessa pick up a kill confirmed. Run and gun down to a 2. And I feel like most of today, run and gun have been playing as a duo.
It feels like that's where they end up here, you know. And again, I think maybe not by choice here, but the force and the placement of the zone has not went their way, continuing to chase every zone in, finding themselves at home, much like Hype, who has had to find themselves on the southern end of the zone here, chasing it in slowly but surely, but now caught on the back pedal. Solo has him in the scope. SRM raiding right inside the care packs, ready for the crash. They have the compound. They have plenty of util, plenty of loot, as we watch several players, several teams actually go down right inside the shack right here. We have some util, and on the other side is Zen here. So SRM should be able to survive Hype. And whoever team does come out on top there, unfortunately, is going to be in the barrage of Solo and Zen Sam D is going to find one knock through the blue zone there, find himself through the smoke. But again, there's just so much going on. SRM still alive in the smoke, but it's about to just be Zen and Solo. I don't know how much longer. Yet we're going to see SRM survive, as there it is, the final few bullets from Tokyo Flex to find it out for the Solos. Now 9 teams, 2 teams left on the southern part of the zone there, and a P90 in the hands of Zen.
P90 in the hands, and an AWM, and a Famous. Zen, you guys are being greedy. Spread the love, lads. I know you got a chicken dinner, but calm down. We got a couple of days to go. Vascudo is sending it forward. I believe he's actually MVP at the moment on Twire. Now moving his way forward though, P90, we know it's a damager. There goes one, Solo losing down. There goes a secondary one as well. Looks like Nade's going to the top though. Bigger push continuing forwards here. Tokyo Flex though is trying to remain on the high ground. Receives a lot of damage and unfortunately lets all of the P90 shots go straight into the snow in front of him. He now puts the damage. There's no flex like Tokyo Flex. He comes up and over, deletes the damage. The Famous, though, not too far away, picks up the player, and here comes the snowstorm. The Famous might be the target of Acquire, but the nade is just too short. And he might be able to run underneath the cover of the snow because it might be playing back his way.
Boz trying to crawl towards that zone there, but I think he's going to have to be left for dead there. So unfortunately, Zen will be down to the 3. Holds out a good fight, puts up potential, but unfortunately, yeah, man, that flex from Tokyo with the head peak right there was huge in order to get that knock. I think, wait, maybe debating on to go for it. No, over to the side, team space. Will try to fight themselves. Nookie may be debating to go for the red. Oh, what? They actually did go for it, but unfortunately, just too slow on the go right there. So Zen loses 1 down to 3. Back to the fight with run and gun. Nade in hand, peeks up over the deployable shield. Nade looks good. Just not cooked enough, so bounces just past as it looks like Nessa will find the knock there onto the player. More util coming in from the side from Sparta. Just not connecting here. Nessa is continuing to hold strong, looking in great form right now. Next team elimination will create placement points right there. Math will go down. Tokyo Flex will get eliminated as well. Still 9 teams left, 21 players up alive as Shipless peeks over the top. Knocks all over the place here, and this is just non-stop action. Place for place here coming now on Vikendi.
Yeah, these kind of goat trails we're talking about. Felt bad for running gun there. Kind of got PUBG. That was the whole, like, they were in the snowstorm. They couldn't look out. And unfortunately, they could clearly see him as bright as day. So easy kill, easy knock for them. Got to figure out what they do now. They get a res. So I guess the snowstorm will deny some of the information when it comes down to the sound cue. But I don't think Na'Vi has got any other option but now to push forward. 180 up, going to use the sound cover, the snow cover, to get that res themselves. So we'll now come out that snowstorm. They're outside of the zone. The only team remains on the inside is New G, and everyone needs to get rolling. But Na'Vi again is back. They are back in towards the end zone.
They've got the wheels on the ground, and they're definitely running forward right now. Solo Nasty there to the top, scouting out information. Newgate, though, center of the zone there off that pop. Strong positioning from them, as we do have Zen down to the south there. ADR with a few players sprinkled out after we're getting the recovery. That res should come through, and if Poppies is not careful, may get caught in the backside here by ADR. But it looks like the regroup potentially happening up towards the north side. He Turbo has positioning, has an understanding, of where Navi is at right now, but he's got a tough rotation forward because TS kind of holding the line right now, and Newgate will have some line of sight onto this as soon as he peeks up over the hill there. Has the vehicle, and looks like the opportunity is now.
Yeah, it's quite cool from him to try and work his way maybe into a higher position. It's going to take a bit of flack. They might push him right the way over towards Na'Vi. Kind of needs to hit the handbrake, comes around the corner, knows he needs to stop here, and he can't get going, turns it too much, and Na'Vi, they are going to put another point on the board. That's 8 for them. Now they're going to work their way in for zone. I think, again, they haven't got the information. They are split here. Oh, are they going to come aggressive here for 100 ADR? Maybe go around the other side and maybe not leave the individual by himself.
And that's what I was saying. Once they had hunkered him down right here, leaving this, they went from the solo north to the solo south. Here comes Na'Vi full force trying to pick up. Now the support is there. They have 3 players putting themselves in the mixture, but have to be careful on the angles. Newgate definitely has some attention as the smokes and all the shots keep coming through. It's down to Corrido, And he's getting the bandies on. He's got no first aids and only 6 bandages here. No utility. And if this fight wasn't tough enough for him already, he's really got his work cut out for him.
He's sending that for Navi. Kill was stolen. Yeah. Going forward, son. Those are the ones there. Dodge, duck, and dive. Zen not helping in any way, shape, or form. And there we go. Navi, they're going to work their way in. 9 kills to them, 4 players. Newgate, they are also on 4. They got no kills. They've been in the compound early doors. So we got our TS team, no team space, a little bit more space than some of the other teams, but not much. And unfortunately, the space now is going because Zen, with 12 kills after a chicken dinner, after picking up every crate there was left in this game, they are rolling forward. Down to a 3, so the 4v4, v3, v2. And we've got a couple knocked but not out here. Let's wait and see. I think it's going to be a bit of a side stab ending.
A little bit of 1-for-1 does go down to phase 7 still to keep Newgate inside that compound as Margarita's starting to find some attention on team space right there. Mossboard will fall. And there should be Newgate's opportunity maybe to peek out of the compound, get rid of TS, and watch the backfield. But the zone phase 7 eventually going to push that team up and over the hill there as Mossboard confirmed. Nookie going to take credit for that right there. It's all left to Danny trying to find his way through the smoke as Zen's just peppering shots, trying to hope for the best right there. The deployable shield will at least provide some sort of cover, maybe a little bit of hope right there, but again, he still has to peek up and over the hill there, peeking his face, showing his attention to Na'Vi, and then walking right into Newgate's territory there. But Na'Vi doing a lot of help there for TS. Now the second knock to come through as Newgate cannot seem to find the knocks on Na'Vi, but Na'Vi continuing to put the pressure on Newgate inside the compound.
Yeah, could use the shields. We are starting to see more and more shields start to happen. That's a blue zone. Yes, it might not get the desired effect, but it will block the shot slightly, block a bit of visibility. I think it is a smoke to the vehicle he was looking for, but Dan now outside the zone. You mentioned Na'Vi is not helping. Does able to find his way out. Let's see what he can do here as a solo. He can try and wait for a snap on the other side. Drive-by from Scav. Famus destroys. 3 teams remain. 4v4, v3. Na'Vi trying to counteract that punch as well as they are going to take advantage of Newgate. Rolling nading. Look how far that was. That was an Olympic throw from Na'Vi.
Using the momentum of the vehicle, the full send over the compound there. Now inside, Newgate with the response finds 2 nades of their own. A third to confirm Margarita there. It's still nasty inside of the bathroom. Hoping to claim to the res here is now Zen. 14 kills on the board. Smells the blood in the water. Sees the opportunity for the victory. Has Newgate 3 up in the compound of Na'Vi. Steps up Tamara looking to find one through the door. Backpedals through, but does not find the knock. The nade's there as the knock does come through. The trade for trade is there. Newgate with 3, Na'Vi with 1. And we have Zen stepping into the fight to find Newgate caught outside the compound.
1 more kill for them. That is a draw up. I think there's more to be had here from Zen. 14 kills. Nookie already trying to pierce through. Na'Vi got a confirm on the boards. Unable to get 1. And there goes Zen. There's a molly. Looks like Newgate is down to a 2. They are struggling to get this. Not warm. Final player for them. It's a 2v. Well, technically a 3v3v1. But we've got 1v DNO, but there goes 1 down and out, and it somehow sticks to res in the flames of glory.
Literally 0 HP for that res right there. Protonivi, however you say the last of your name, I apologize for the butcher, but man, whatever, you know, praises that you need to make, that right there was one that went in your direction right there. I have not seen a close res like that in quite some time right there, but sticking it, Newgate maintaining the crash here from Na'Vi, still with the solo player left outside the compound. Full sense 3 doesn't bank it all on the crash right there, and is now able to watch these teams inside the compound as Pro is going to send some shots out. It's Zen still to continue the hold outside as a 2v3 for Zen. The solo poppies holding it out here for Na'Vi, and he is still inside the zone here, Mark.
Yeah, we're going to go to the wire. He's got a car as well, so the dot will happen. He's going to have to move first, but he can maybe move to that kind of like the traffic light area or the middle of the road. So that will give him a lot of cover, that car, provide him an off angle, because Zen hasn't cleared Newgate. So I actually feel Na'Vi might be up here, if not for a second place. If they can get the timing right, might be able to get some shots, especially if Zen come north or south side here of the compound and play in towards the center zone. They're going to be pushing that way. They want to put themselves in a position to leapfrog here Newgate and ensure Na'Vi don't even get opportunity to get a knock.
I think it all comes down to exactly that timing. If they can wait for these teams, if enough knocks come through on either side, Na'Vi obviously gets the opportunity. If the knocks don't come through and one team just steamrolls, then it's going to be a much tougher fight for Na'Vi. But the way these teams have been playing, we've seen Newgate lose 2. Zen does just get the knock right there as Nookie falls. Soturo able to put it, but immediately for the res, Mize is there. So it's all up to Scav, holding him out, has done some damage. But Na'Vi still hasn't taken advantage, still sitting behind the rock for right now. Again, just waiting for more knocks, more power to come through. The re-knock comes through, and Soturo finds a perfectly placed blue zone grenade. The Molotov is even better. Util destruction. Is he going to get the first hit off? No, he does not. But the blue zone does avoid knock. 2 HP, and Zen. There's just so much going on between these teams, and just getting, I don't want to say luck, but getting that opportunity to survive at the last moment here. Newgate holds on to the compound, and it's now a 10-kill Na'Vi solo Poppies looking to take down Newgate.
What a play. Good shout. They are, again, good answer for them. They put Smokes right on top. They've denied the information for him. Oh, worldy Kobe nade. There goes one. Launches the second, but New is already moving. 1v1. 1v1. And Na'Vi going to try and lose the position. Hopefully, he's able not to be seen. So the positioning will be hidden still, but 10 kills for Na'Vi. Newgate coming alive and clutching after that insane molly. Blue Zone, they got the knock. The molly was pinpoint accurate. Put it down for a 2v1, and the fave went back their way. Let's see what they can do. It's a fight for the middle zone, and both of them are pretty close. I did like what Na'Vi done. He pinpoint accuracy moved towards the middle section. Not bad play for him. Again, understanding end zone tactics. Clearly a reason why he's on tryout for Na'Vi.
Definitely, I don't think there was any other way he could have played that, and any better way he could have played that. Down to a 1v1 now. Looking to take home the victory for Na'Vi over a 6-kill Nuji. Spots out the 1v1. He's getting the opportunity as the smoke does clear, realizing there's only one place that Poppies can be, and it's behind this solid solo cover right here. So he's going to take down to some prime peaks for both players here. Who's the better P player? Is it Pro T or is it Poppies? The first spray comes through from Pro T. Poppies with the first aid, maybe the response, but the blue zone is on his back, so he's got no time to first aid. It looks like it could go. Pro T is going to take some well-placed shots for Na'Vi to take the victory, but does get the first aid off. Phase 9 has not started to close yet, but 50 seconds until we start to see the end of this game. Here comes the backside of the blue there. Catches them both. Shots from Poppies, and it only takes a few right there. GG's for Na'Vi. They take the victory. 22 points and 12 kills for the victory.
Clutch play. Insane clutch play. Look, let's not take anything. Zen had a worldie of a game. That's another with nearly 25 points. 15 kills for them. They didn't get the win. They just fell short, and obviously with Nuji's insane Kobe at the end there on the molly was great. Great Kobe as well from Na'Vi at the end there. But damage, assist, all a go for Zen. When I win a chicken dinner, though, you can't take anything away from this Na'Vi. It didn't look good game number 1. I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried. But, jeez Louise, like, let's break it down. The end zone, they were running way around. They were trying to keep the players up. They were being aggressive very much on that west-hand side. As a result, they lost some players and eventually became down at 1. They did try and make the push aggressively to the compound. Like it. Generally like it. I think that was a good play. They tried to get involved at the back end of that New G fight, which we saw with our Zen team. And unfortunately, they got caught. New G weren't as far forward as they expected. They went down. But that clutch stare at the end there, CC, world class, mate. World class. And that, insane. Got to give it a shout, though. That was a good game.
So, and you got to take that back. Remember, we had talked to the discipline of Na'Vi coming into that fight. So we had Margarita get the knocks on Anessa earlier. Remember, he could have easily ran through and then, potentially got knocked out and not been in that final fight. But the fact that Na'Vi was able to keep their numbers up strong into the end game, again, allowed those knocks to come through, allowed that solo player. They full sent 3 players into that compound initially, lost all 3. But it was that 4th player, again, leaving them that opportunity to then clutch up there at the end. Had they, had, again, 3 players, that would have been 3 players crashed or 2 players crashed. Again, not so much of an opportunity. The opportunity was there. They took advantage of it. And, that was, again, a great trial match, a great opportunity. And, again, when you're talking, top teams and why they are the best of the best right there, knowledge, overall gameplay, and then power of position comes down to the final wire right there.
And it did come down to the wire, and again, that little step out, I like it. The expectation was he was going to be on that kind of guard post and the thing. He took a step out, he took the concrete bollard, he lost a player, his shots were on point. Winner, chicken dinner. Navido, you clutch up. We're about to take a quick break though. When we come back, we'll be on the sandy shores of our Miramar. A bit like Agadir, Morocco, I'm not going to lie. Like, get those little buggies out and get the camel riding on. But for now, a quick break. We'll see you guys in round 4.
Moment of truth, counting it down. Underdog story was down for the count. Back on my feet, back with a mic, back on the beat, back with a family that bang in the streets. The game on lock, I stand with a key. Standing my ground, I am planning to flee. Standing my ground, I am planting my feet. Taking a stand, embracing my destiny, shaking his hand. Flipping the script, changing the plans. Up to the top and I'm taking the fans. Making them jump, making them dance. Making them jump, making them dance. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. Hickory dock, giving them all that we got. Kicked on the door, tried to knock, but nobody answered. I'm going harder, taking my chances. I keep it moving, I keep advancing, keeping it gangster. Getting the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, kill it, I'm vicious. Mr. Determined, riding the storm, but focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it, everything turning, everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted, doing it big. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game. Let's go. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game. Let's go.
Here we go. It's map number 5, not 4. Wait for that to update. Because we've only got 2 remaining. It is our best of 6. Miramar opens things up though. The southwest up towards the northeast. Campo Militaire. A lot of teams have been ending on that later part of the flight zone. So we'll have to wait to see if we get a little bit of a hot drop. But for now, not a bad zone for Miramar.
Looking like it is going to be a nice, easy playing path. I'm predicting a nice central zone. We've had some challenging ones for the players, to say the least. So it'd be nice for them to switch things up, get themselves a nice little common zone, put themselves back to the mechanics, back to the basics, and give us everybody's favorite map for Miramar. Everybody loves to start on Erangel, but I think everybody's favorite played map is Miramar. Everybody just loves the rotations, and these have some really, really great games, I think, over the top of Miramar.
Navi being left alone to take Campo Militaire themselves. A little bit fine for the cars. I think Prime will drop down. We would take it and go further. They would normally go for Lost Leones. We are seeing our grandfathers laying down the law for team space. As they're saying, Uber's like, no, this is my space here, mate. It is down. To be cautious though, it does roll away from it, but able to pick up the gun. M4 in hand, has got the extra clips, and the rest of them are coming down. They see out these final two. Sadik's taking the zip line. What a legend, mate. He's here.
That's awesome. Shots coming in from Uber. Finds the first knock onto Danny.
Go back. Zip line it back.
Salik.
Go back, lads. Can't fight Uber, mate. He's got a gun.
Oh, no. As I say, he's going for the flush. Nope, you got to let him beat. Oh, Uber hasn't spotted him yet.
No, he's heard him. Moss needs to take some action and... Oh, does he go now? Go now. Back off zip line. He's going.
No, unfortunately not able to get
Go on, lads. Go. Zip line it. No. Don't jump off. No. So
he's just scouting for right now.
Yeah, he's...
Moss goes down.
He's got no meds. He's got no gun. He's got nothing left. The zone gives him nothing as well as we go straight over towards that northeast corner with so much terrain that's unplayable. There's a huge chunk on that east. A little bit of water on the southeast. El Hazar in the heart and soul of this map. Before the sandstorm, though, will sweep right across that top side of the map.
You know what? I'd really like to see that corner of the map right there get played, where it's not the island finish, but it's like the compound that nobody ever knows exists on Miramar until you start the game right there.
I've had this.
Here?
I've had it end here before, which I thought was remarkable. That is so close. I get a lot here. This compound, we see a lot over here. And this compound, we find teams wrapping here. And actually, interesting, they closed up the little tunnel, the little bunker they had. That's here.
Oh, that was over to the side there, yeah.
No, so they used to park the boats in here and hide out, but the PUBG have updated it so you can't anymore. I saw many teams that would take a boat, especially in the island. They sort of push it into that little crater section. Like, I'm not going to be seen here. Yeah. Now they've got done. No more, PUBG says.
No, I mean, like I said, these are the circles, honestly, that I like, to get towards the end. More or less, maybe not in a serious competitive play, but, when you get, you've played PUBG for so long, to get something that's a new circle, that's fresh, that feels good, and then you take home that victory right there, like, that's always one that's in the memory bank, and that's just one of the best things for PUBG.
Yeah. It is. It is always good. It is always interesting. PUBG for the game that keeps on giving.
Love it. Love it.
Most teams
are rotating their way in, though. It looks like now, Mark, after a couple of seconds, we're almost at the 5-minute mark, waiting to see these guys find that spot, find that position, as POD has the potential to take the airdrop, and M4's AK's ace. We got a little bit of everything there in the bag, and we're going to see where these guys end up. Will definitely be cool to see once you see that plane path pop up as to where the players are going. It's no longer a guessing game for us.
And
like
you can guess, but I just like that it started from here and you see it go over, and even if that drops like that, it stopped. You do see the helicopter moving across. I think it's nice. It's a nice addition.
Yeah. Speaking of nice additions, truck stop in the middle of that map right there. I wish we could get a little finish there. We just seen another one actually just outside the truck stop, and again, usually it ends in the southern part of that truck stop, but newer part of the zone, a very, I want to say fan favorite, but teams definitely appreciating the fact that it's a little bit different style of play and different style of fight there to add to the style of Miramar here. So definitely a good, interesting end zone game, and to see where things are going. But we are now more than halfway through the day. We're into Miramar. Teams finally starting to understand the competitors. Na'Vi finds their footing. You know, Fairy Tail and Pod have found a little bit of common momentum there towards the middle. Solo has made a nice presence inside the end game, and Primal has kind of just not started the day off the same way they finished it. So maybe Miramar, the gear switch they need back, as 2 great games on Erangel, switch it over to Tego and Vikendi, fall off, and maybe Miramar's the fire starter again to get Primal out and back out on top here. But catching in with a few teams, it looks like Mel drives right past with SRM. Teams just trying to find that central position to get themselves comfortable.
He doesn't actually put up though. He does stop, but he gets the cover. Kino might be under fire now. It's Grandfather's Day. Lay down the law. Kino down for a 1. Wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle. It's Odin who joins the party though and gets the kill and confirm. And Grandfather's Mel goes, hold on. They're not my boys. There's another knockdown comes in. Looks like Otto gets a quick kill confirm as well. Ole goes down and Mel. I'm going for a little bit of a send here. Be cautious though. They have lost some numbers, so they are down. Uber is already here, and do you see teams maybe hold up this one? I think Mel has heard that car leaving to Uber. Nice hit and run.
Like a little bit of, you know, pull up. Like I said, some teams are just so aggressive and ready to take that fight. There's nothing wrong with repositioning, taking the fight with the actual squad. Understanding the sound cue does come through, and that, hey, you know what, I'll probably take this fight, much like we've seen Margarita do for Na'Vi later on in the end game here. So hopefully going to pay off for a few of these other teams to take that more disciplined and kind of slow fight right now. We are 56 players still up with 16 teams making it happen. There is several teams.
Several teams on the outside fighting. What the hell's going on?
Like, what is this? ADR's lost 3 on a rotation. Fairy Tail sets up here inside the shack. It looks like to crash the compound, get these rotation kills. Nixie's down. Zima will confirm. Diff trying to do some damage from the top, but just looks like not any angles here. There is a solo ADR member there a little bit further away, but I don't think he's got an angle onto Diff just yet. So is he going to be able to get out of the positioning here? It looks like Turbo's got himself the vehicle to pick up the rest of the boys. He's made it across and out of the vision of Diff, so should be able to pick the squad up and continue that rotation. As Zobia the bait, Diff not going to take the opportunity for shots, but does catch Turbo, does see Snap. Looking for the last player, Zima, as maybe catching the tire?
I think he got the tire, you know. It was a very aggressive hard break there.
Oh my God, Fuzz and the rest of the Woo.
No,
I did not see this coming.
It's the Woo, mate. They always come for the aggressive stance.
I mean, this was not even just aggressive. This was planned. They fed them in this direction. They forced them to go towards the other 2 players here as Fuzz just deletes them on the exit rotation right there. He's able to find 2 players for FT after they lose Nixie. A nice little response, a nice little setup, and maybe a nice attempt for the secondary kills. Nope, the smoke should have been given away as Bomb going to realize that there is a team here, and this maybe isn't the safest rotation. Does he have an opportunity for kills himself? He's going to take a peek.
No, but it's really interesting, right? Because Diffix was behind. Reddick didn't see him, right? So they put the smokes out, all good and gold. They've gone past Diffic, so the smokes went out. Then we saw Bomb go, I can sneak up, I can see there's a fight, I can take the third party. But it being Fuzzface, they're like, we know you're coming, mate. Our boys got us covered from behind, and they've just picked up one. The rest of them now start rolling, and Nibby, I think he's just baiting, waiting for these teams now to come through. Bomb taking some shots as well. Fuzz repositioning now to try and get involved, and Diffix now, after taking one, does crash the car, maybe be on the race to get driving, but he is literally trying to chase down, and the Woo have gone aggressive here.
Ready to set up for this full send. They're trying to pick up these kills. They're trying to close the day out on a high note. Again, they've had some really good end game. They've had some really great points, but they want to continue that momentum and make sure that, again, Miramar continues that same momentum. They are in second place, trailing behind Primal. And again, after I think the few games that did catch up should actually have taken them over, but looking to maintain that position as there's Primal closing the gate on Newgate. Our team who just came through with a nice top 2 finish, unfortunately just not able to find themselves here in the final few phases this time around.
Okay, cool. One more game though left after this one. 1 and gun, able to keep 4 at least up for phase number 2. As I said, they have been bleeding numbers though. And next up, they were the Mortars of Dream on our Vikendi. So hopefully they've not got any mortars sitting in that compound now. It's 1 and gun. I'm taking a lot of damage. I do like this area from where you can get a lot of information, right? But where these two are, you just get destroyed. Eventually, teams in that sort of north section will continue to rain fire. Look, even Solo's already started on them. Like, you just get picked up here. They need to be so careful.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they have these things set up and the way that it looks like everything's coming through right now, they have the opportunity to put up some big points, but it all comes down to, again, avoiding these knocks. It looks like for right now, shots coming in from afar. But everybody's starting to kind of centralize their positions here. This particular zone here for Miramar offers a lot of covers, offers a lot of ridges, but also offers a lot of opportunity for teams to kind of sneak in and fill in on teams. There's a lot of ridges, and that's the best part about Miramar, I think.
Yeah. Can't argue that. SRM. Shots over the top. Not too far away. And Grandfather's losing another one. They're going to maybe just send their way down to El Hazar. That won't be too bad. And it seems like a re-knock again. So they're going to go back, re-smoke, and actually this time, smoke and run. That's their learn from the lesson from Vikendi at least. And should be able to get the res in now. As, I suppose that re-knock came from the same solo players. It always happens that northwest corner just punishes people with that overlook onto El Hazar.
Somehow, some way, you know what I'm saying? Again, it's the angles of Miramar. Once you understand them and you know that in certain positions, like I said, you have power over others, you basically control their peaks. And that's basically what's going to come down to, is controlling things towards the end. Unless we get that El Azahar finish, then it's going to come down to the discipline of peaks, because we're going to have several angles held inside several buildings, lots of hard cover, and again, lots of outside ridges coming into El Azahar. So here's Relics looking to join the party. Michael with the P90, shots raining in quietly. Unfortunately, barely missed the knock. Shoxy has next to no HP. One shot could easily take him down as Molly's prepped. It's into the window. Does find Shoxy another one, trapping him inside the center of those fires, but putting up a good fight. Gets Test down to 18 HP. Now he's gonna have to pull back. The flush comes through. Shoxy's down. Michael back with the P90, looking to do some damage across the way. As about to up and over to into the window. Should find bomb. It does not, as he's back through the side of the window. Avoids the fire damage, avoids the knock from the grenade, and great reads coming out here from Bomb.
Bomb's cracked, mate. He's a good player. He's very, very good player. I'm disappointed. Didn't clear him out as quickly as possible, but we still got control. And with so many teams on the outside edge, we're not seeing as much punishment in towards El Hazard. They've got to focus high ground to high ground. So Hype able to, I suppose, punish. And actually, whoa, it goes back the other way. Bomb's able to get some kills back. He puts on one, though. Otto is down. Michael, jump shot in here. And there goes the outside angle. Samtika says goodbye. And, I think Michael's just going to end it for him. Goes for the 5.56 ending.
Gives him a little bit of love.
Yeah. This is dangerous. It might come back to El Hazar. This is very dangerous now.
As I said, looking at the zone here again, I thought they were going to get a comfy one, but keeping El Hazar here into it through phase 3. Definitely not comfortable for some of these teams here. The Woo making the rotation in from the west. Primal coming in from the east. These two teams solo, very, very by themselves as Solo takes control of the north. A lot of the teams are actually towards the center of this zone, grouping up in and around El Azahar. The remainder of these teams are just kind of getting, some free range territory and getting to really, really showcase the power of the position in Miramar right now. I mean, Solo has 3 players so far spread out that no matter where the zone goes, they have somewhere to basically backfill in, and they should have information on Primal, have understanding of where RNG is at, as well as the back team of FT. So big plays coming out from them. And as far as information scouting, should have themselves a well-developed position here towards the end game.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, SRM full sent it through El Hazar and cut it out the other side. And a lot of action there. I've been running gun overlooking. I've got to be cautious here. The actual sandstorm's going to really get into golf. I'd say like 80%, if not more, of the zone. So I mean, only TS are going to be blessed in the sense that they're going to get the opportunity to maybe move, maybe rotate round. But it's about time. I think they might have left it a bit late now, these guys on the south side, to maybe put up on Primal. But maybe the game is just trying to hold up. Maybe they are expecting it's going to pull back to El Hazar now.
The way that it's looking, too, it's going to really, really help Woo on the rotation through the city into El Azahar. Diff coming in there from the west side, actually going to stop there on the corner edge, realizing that, again, with this sandstorm going, he's got, limited visibility. So do the rest of these teams here. So he's going to use that sound, take his advantage, and maybe find themselves a little position on the outside. But if they're not careful from the backside wrap, Margarita and Poppies have not made it in, but still have to group up with Navi. So could go either way. But down to the south, it's, again, just very, very congested here in El Azahar. We've got 3 teams in. Nessa and the gas station to the outside. RNG to the hillside to the top. There is just so many teams here in that center, or we want to call it just south of center part of zone.
I like Pin's position as well. They've got a nice ridge they can play. They do pick up Otto. I don't know if he knew they were coming in. That's a great nade. Michael, instant response though with the smokes. He knows it'll be a difficult push to try and get him, but he's looking for it. Running gun straight over the top. And actually, they are, give or take, now help him because he's able to pick apart. And actually, it's going to cause some issues for Pin. But Pin does get the molly off in time. Does he even know where the shots are coming from? Maybe not, but he does get that confirmed. Pin hunkers himself as close as he can now to that inside edge. Navi will say goodbye to the Woo, and they will continue to hold. And it looks like our Zen, they want to try and annihilate Navi, having a good game and a good day. I think they want to try and ensure they don't allow them to run away with it, or, and more importantly, catch up with Zen.
And that's basically, I think, what it is coming down to. They have a race for these top 3 here. Primal, the Woo, as well as Zen coming in. Navi entering the race here midway through the day, really, really keeping things interesting. But our top 4 teams, they're really, really just, trading the leaderboard back and forth between one another, starting from Primal over to the Woo. Zen continuing to just be just shy of that first place position. This game is going to be huge for these teams who are so close. 36, 35, and 33 points coming into this match here. So, again, the points are so close for the top 3. Whoever ends up with this game, or again, with just the most kills here, you can be in the end and still not have a massive amount of kills. But this game could definitely set the day off for these teams here. Coming in 3 matches in, 4 after the other one does load. But there is so much still on the board for these teams here. And again, I just want to see one of those 4 teams come out with a huge finish here on Miramar.
Is the case. And Gum, they're still holding this, and with the zone shifting back again towards that northwest side, there's again a limited amount of time they can really be peaking this one. But more importantly, they can't drop the ball now. As El Hazard has gone, teams will try and climb up this side. It's a call, stay and fight and risk the backstab behind, or maybe go a little bit further into zone and hunker down. I think Run and Gun have got a big decision ahead of them. I said they've not had the best games from a kill and placement point of view, but actually they've done really well so far. Coming to these later games, it's like they've warmed up. I just want to see them getting more kills. I know that team is capable to do it. But Michael unable to go any further forward. 14th place though, Hype Beast will go down. The P90 in the hand of the grandfathers and experience sometimes lay with those that have got the grandfather experience. Oh, yes, big nade. Oh, I think he threw it too soon. He threw it too soon.
Doesn't have enough bounce, just shy. Maybe a second.
Nope, it's not going for it.
Oh, looks like he's peeled himself back here. Has himself a nice little position. Primal's inside the middle of 2 teams, asking themselves up as Salik trying to fight his way out for team space here. He's got some knocks, got some damage done onto Nessa, but Kasu has picked his player up on his back. Looks like he's carrying him up through the blue, puts him inside the vehicle. Should be able to pull off safely here as phase 4 does tickle. But it should provide him maybe enough time to get inside that zone. As I said, nope, zone claims 1. Nessa down to the solo. Salik probably going to forfeit that point. Is phase 5 really going to start to do some big damage?
There we go. We leave the heart and soul. Nessa is down to that 1. So quite a few teams, if I'm honest with you, that are down to solos or 1s and 2s. So real big amount of damage being farmed up here. Everyone hunkering down in the city, and that's where you expect it to happen. And this is the problem. Solo will be able to see our run and gun team, but actually put their attention elsewhere now.
Surprise Primal takes the rotation they do. They lose almost the full force. They're down to a solo left alive here. Does have himself a good position, but unfortunately costs the majority of the team. Now Navi with 3 left alive here. Again, looking to close that gap with these top teams. Zen still left alive here, so big opportunities for both these teams coming into phase 5. 10 seconds on the clock till we get that phase 6 pool. So if these teams can find themselves a position in, unfortunately it looks like they will have to fight one another in order to get that positioning in without a huge wrap or huge rotation. So it's all coming down to timing, and that's the first one to start to full send. Everybody and their mother is taking shots onto that vehicle, and there it is.
It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit.
No way.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit.
All the vehicle saves them anyways.
Maybe they roll back. Maybe they roll back.
Coming back. That would have been absolutely upsetting, but also at the same time super exciting.
We get the kill. On a gun moving their way in, they lose some. Well, maybe sticky it here. 11th place for them, wrapping around. The 2-2 didn't quite work out. And SRM hunker themselves down. This goes down again. Run and gun just losing so many players on rotation. I wish we had the stat to look at how many times they lose an individual on rotation out of a car. We feel like it's going to be a large number for that team. Pod might be looking to do what they gun team couldn't. I wonder if they've got any nades in hand. They've got 5 nades though. Presenti stacked up with those nades, so on an only might want to share some of these out, but maybe not. First nade not too bad, a little bit short. Here comes the flashes. They're going to continue. I think the pressure of the util is going to be heavy for them. Reddick does go down, actually towards zone. Also raining in. Presenti those further back though, but the shots do come in. SRM to lose 1, and the cars are starting to explode. 4 is store here, and SRM just trying to throw anything they can back towards that smoke and put any kind of stop towards Pod.
You have to be very, very careful. All these teams backfill in too. Run and gun eliminated in the backfield as Solo takes care of them on the full set, looking to get involved in this fight as well. Solo starting to pull up. Zen's got some damage, but Pin and Presenti take down SRM, in a blaze of glory right there. Over to the top with Na'Vi again. Finding it off the Panzerfaust in the hands of Wabuki. Can he step into the zone in time? Spots about, takes a pop shot, but the zone confirms him doing too much damage too soon. Love it. Love it, love it. Zen makes the rotation, crashes into what looks to be the shack for now. Nookie is still in the backfield here. Gets the knock on to Bobby. Catches him off guard. Margarita steps up to get the re-knock here. Not able to find him. Lots of damage done. Pulls off the shots and down to 1 HP. Is the nade going to be enough? Is it going to be placed timed? Just unfortunately looked good on our end here, but that little bit of rock coverage will provide support. Nookie able to get the first aid off. Util being traded back from both sides. In comes the push. Zen looking to close out their closest competitor.
They are. Zen don't want to give anything up here yet, do they? Looks all peaks, and Nookie got to put that blue zone. They're pretty much on top of their heads. It's not a bad shout. It does fall down thanks to Miramar, but he is doubled up with it. He is receiving more damage on the way back, and being able to focus and reset, and no pressure from elsewhere. They find themselves really stopping with that blue zone nade and able to refocus their attention back as Na'Vi will now get shifting. Down they go, far away, leapfrog themselves in front. Get this confirmed from Zen, which I'm pretty sure they picked up on the kill feed.
Looks like, yeah, now capitalizing it. You can tell the way he walks in, gets that flush. And then there he will fall. Tokyo Flex, oh, that's actually the one who got credit for it. Solo, again, pulled up into this fight earlier when it was going on, and has just basically been scouting out everything that's happening here on the south. They have 2 there to that far west side, and that's really, really just been paying off for them huge. They've kept those 2 information scouters feeding it in. The 2 players across the road have basically been doing the damage, but Tokyo Flex has literally just been sending shots from afar, information coming in left and right, and this is exactly just what you need from a Solo to claim this victory here. Their information scouting, like I said, from earlier on in this match has just been huge.
4v3 v2v1, and yeah, Solo right, have been info scouting for a long time. Shots though come in, Pin able to get over. Tokyo Flex though, MK back pocket, but explosive damage onto the car, picks up 1. Pin can still going round. Pod losing 1 player though. Tokyo Flex going for the ace stab. We know the ace hits hard, and there we go. Tokyo Flex understands what it can do. Presenti's that final player for them, and Pod didn't have much more to play with. They went for the bigger wrap. Yeah, down to that Solo player. Now 6 kills for them. So Pod gets through that mid game. They can kind of get themselves up here. They just need to keep those numbers up now, but I feel like they were subject down towards the zone. It should be punishment from above. With the RC and Solo completely collapsed down. Welcome to the game, Solo. Let's get rolling now. Fairy Tail go down, and it's a 4v2. Come down to the end of it. Na'Vi again finding themselves back in this sort of top spot. And I can only arguably say their first game wasn't the best, and I think they got a bit of stick in chat for that. But since then, CC, every game they have put a big number on the board.
Talk about sharing stats there. Drops the red dot for his teammate. They've understood the assignment. They've came together as a team, and they've been able to really reset. Good shots, good peaks, good follow-ups here. And now the nade, hopefully to get this one knock on a solo, but overcooked a little bit too far. Not going to find that knock. More damage coming in. Util still to follow. It's flying in from the side. The off angle is Reliant. Spots out one player, but the Bolty just not quick enough on the recovery. Had that been a DMR, could have been a different story. Bolty just not quick enough. Margarita goes for the peak, gets the knock on to Solo. And that is now one player down here for Solo. 3v2. Navi starting to come through. Nade again, just shy of getting the knock, but does do some splash damage. It's now the 3v2 pushing forward. Poppies and Margaritas taking down the 3 solo members here.
Here comes Big Gunzo. Tokyo Flex is up here. That tree will not be favorable when it comes down to the nade throw. I think Tokyo Flex is going to be looking to try and make the push. I think Solo just overcommitted there. I think the II is mostly a tryout player for them. I've never seen a player with II, so I'd assume that's the case here. Navi, oh, they might be back. They're kind of like a tiger pushed into a corner. You put your hand in the cave, you get bit off once. They're able to get the res. Let's see if they make the same mistake. But they've done some damage on the vest though. 5 kills on the board. I think Navi might change their game style now and tighten themselves up and try and cover each other. Margarita lays low. And here comes the double push. One way. There goes one. Turns round. Should be the cover from the other side, though, saying, come over. I've got you covered. There goes the second one down. Ramp goes down wide. And oh, my God, it might be down to Tokyo Flex, the final player for them. Let's see what he can do. He should be coming over, but he's down as well. II is round the back of them. Needs to pick up part as it is a 2v1. And Navi refusing to go down. Has the car for a little bit of cover, though, but has a limited amount of time. Got to rely. Actually, do you know what? Get as close as you can to that side because Solo really won't be able to. That Tokyo Flex is down. Look at the information gained. The nades are coming in. The smokes are going out. II trying to get into a position to take the shots, but the car sucks up a lot, but it goes down eventually to the end. Solo take a 12 kill game, but arguably that could have been a back-to-back there with Navi.
The way that they played it defensively. Poppies with literally, I think, almost 1,000 damage to himself with only 3 kills on the board. That was just huge. Coming out from Navi, defensive position, put up a good fight, but I mean, power in numbers came through for Solo right there. Great opportunity for Solo to take that victory. And again, it looks like they've finally awoken. We see a little bit different top 4 here. Pod and Fairy Tail also entering to take there as well, Mark. So lots of teams, again, switching gears up on Miramar and really giving themselves a chance to start shining and maybe start to see a different side of the leaderboard.
I did sing Pod say praises early on because they were give or take yesterday really strong, always up there. Just been unable really to get into this kind of end zone, this end section. But getting in there on a third with 6 kills is going to play up. Middle zone is pretty good. Nice winner chicken dinner though for Solo when it comes down to things. Able to put the sting back in Navi. I was worried. Navi was literally backed up in that corner there, CC, and they were looking good. Claws were out, and Navi refused to go down. It was a 4-on-2, and damn, they fought hook or by crook on that one.
I mean, backs to the wall. I mean, literally with their teeth grinding, they fought that, I think, and did the best that they could there. Had he been able to find that knock off the peak right there, would have really took, I don't want to say lack of discipline, but would have took a misstep for Solo to peek over the top right there. But he was really disciplined, made sure, again, that when he did peak, the punish was there with it, and everything was there for the follow-up here. Support came in from the team. And again, even with the 2 knocks originally, they played it right. They didn't just kind of forfeit the game and full send. It looked like we had that the third player ready to be knocked there on the outside of the field. And boom, the recovery came through. They held tight. Tokyo Flex was able to respond in time, getting the knock on to Margarita. Then boom, before you know it, Solo regains control, takes it away from Navi.
It was good. It was very good. And good that we did see that recontrol from Solo because teams with a lack of experience might have continued that push forward, and Na'Vi would have. They wanted it. They wanted them to come fall on their sword at the end there. We're going to take a quick break though. We're not going to come back. It is our final game for game day number 1. It's going to be game 6. Best of 6 though is each day. We are playing up for a prize pool where they are working their way. It's over 3 days though, so not just today. We'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll be back on Thursday. But for now, let's take a quick break. It's final game. It's coming up.
Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Press the fire, all the scars in me. Didn't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, provide enough for humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
Hey, yo, and we're back for the final match of Miramar here. Match number 6 of day number 1 here. Joined again with the legendary Mark Powercast here for an exciting day here with some exciting matches. These teams have been putting it up tooth and nail. Na'Vi getting the momentum, building themselves a nice day throughout today. The Wu keeping themselves collected and keeping everything in the momentum that needs to be. That is up. We've got Pod and Fairy Tale joining it in there in that last match, finally hitting the ground with their wheels spinning, as well as a few other teams like Newgate, seen in the end game, and then Primal. I need to see these guys regain focus coming off in the start of the day to put it in. But as I say that, the focus right now is on Grandfathers as well as TS. The hot drop can commence. 2 down for TS, and it's Grandfathers already on the hunt. They've got Danny full send, and man, before I can even pass it to Mark, TS is down and out. The Grandfathers 4 kills, and right on the board they go.
It is, unfortunately, down and out pretty quickly. And Solo also drop onto our the Woo. This is the Woo's drop zone. Like, what a team not to fight here is these guys. Solo loses numbers. Ibby is down as well. I wonder if he can get res. Where is he? He's being resed already. Fuzzface, though, and Nixie. Fuzzface picking up Panzer. Seriously, lads. Gotta love Fuzzface.
Hands are over the main weapon any day.
Shotgun Templar no more. Panzer Templar. Let's go.
He looks over, M4, mini, Panzer. He said, I'll take the mini and the Panzer.
I got this. I got the Panzer for close range, the mini for the distance.
Said 1 and done. I'll get the flush with my mini. No worries.
Oh, 100%. There goes. There's another hot drop over here as well. Run and gun. Unfortunately, find themselves in a bad spot. Fairy Tales are pretty condensed though, so I'll push them forward. We have one of the players from Run and Gun backed up in the corner. Fairy Tales looking to make the cross now. Been able to do it. Looks like the call is to get rid of their gas cam and making the vac out as quickly as possible. Love it. Not even using the doors.
Somebody
I love it.
Open the window. Let me out of this place.
Oh.
Trying to get something, man. This is like that PUBG moment where you're like, all right, I know the building. What angles do they got? Can I get out this one? Yeah, all right. I'm jumping. I'm out.
Yeah, Fairy Tale are really tight though, so they are different shotguns, M249s, Uzis. And they are playing a different style of game. And Run and Gun, doing a bit of running, doing a little bit of gunning now. I don't mind seeing them. Like, I saw them the other week, before I went away, and they got themselves, especially on Taiko, into the final section. They weren't able to get their chicken dinner. There's a team which I think has been climbing the ranks, so if you want to watch, I definitely would say the name you should remember here. Let's go through.
FT over here. King of the castle, king of the castle.
Yeah, literally. So they disengaged on the other side.
We'll send, okay, Solo. They need to. They need to capitalize on these points there. I mean, we're this far into the game here. Solo finally joining themselves, over on that left hand. They've had a huge climb there into third after that match right there. So that was big points from Solo. If they can finish off this match, could definitely end the day. Maybe not in first, but close enough to have a big contest for first tomorrow, though. And it's Fairy Tale also joining the left-hand side of the leaderboard, sitting on 27 points, a little bit lower on that end of the leaderboard, but these 4 points could absolutely set Fairy Tale up for the success for the rest of this day here. Points now could matter for points tomorrow and put a lot less pressure on this team moving forward.
Yeah, this is a 3-day event, so having a good day on number 1 does give you the opportunity to have a few bad games. Run and Gun, I think I've had more bad games today, so they've really got to go back and look at what they've done today and what can they do differently. Look at the drop zones. I can see they're trying to get away with landing in a quieter place, but they're getting caught each time. Zimmer, he's chasing down. He heard the pickup of something, and again they are back. They are tying themselves up. Vector and Uzi, pretty bad combo if I'm honest with you, but has to back himself now into a corner and pray the guys fall on top of that AK.
I'll tell you, sometimes it's the weirdest combos that worked. I've used an MK12 and a VSS and gotten 13 kills, and why? I don't know. But you know, sometimes it's those weird combos that just come through and somehow make it work here. So hopefully he's going to get the best of these combos. We've seen some micro Uzi action plays, to say the least here, but it looks like now the powerhouse is starting to put out their full effect weapons. You can see the AUG, the AK. Actually, nope. There goes the Shoddy in a Vector switching its way out here. This is one of the most interesting fights, to say the least, I think we've seen through the day.
I think Fairy Tail thought they had full control of this one, but Run and Gun, they've really dropped the anchor. They've hunkered themselves down. They've picked apart one. I love they're using the buildings to their advantage. It's kind of like parkour. It's not so much PUBG. They're running out of windows, hitting across the high rises, and they really understand the angles in this town. So really working for them. And they've got a couple of open gaps to cross. Turbo is putting themselves in one of those positions to try and stop one of those open gaps, though. And, shots, though, come out. Does get the connection. Blisto's further back. He's going to reposition himself, kind of playing the anchor. Bomolovo takes a tumble. And I feel like it's a tumble which is maybe resulting in a bigger fight. And Fuzzface, though, shotgun Templar above. You never want to get that push there. Looks like he's released the RPG, so I don't know. I think that they want to maybe push up here. They are. Shotgun Templar all the way. Going forward back.
Out the window. Yep. Support from Ibiza here down at the bottom as well. A little pre-fire on the window. Nothing to connect still, though. So Ibiza still holding the off angle, waiting for the window crash to come through. Fuzzface back inside the building with the reset. Shotgun still in hand. Nixie on the off angle here, and the Woo starting to collapse. Now the remaining two players here, they're going to have them basically trapped there at the tops of Shoxy, reading the rub from Nixie here. Ibiza still at the bottom, and slowly but surely, you can see the relics starting to come down from the top side, taking the fight to the two players down here towards the bottom. It's all going to come down to, again, connection knocks. If these players can actually put the position in, we see Shotgun in Fuzzface, and we see, I think it was a sawed-off Shotgun upstairs as well, so it's definitely going to be a hard fight for the two, and there it is. Yeah, sawed off there to the top. Definitely going to be a matter of reaction here. Both guns with the damage, both guns with a quick response. Down comes one, Shoxy to find the other, and Sayuri outdoes Fuzzface with the sawed off there. And unfortunately, where I think we all thought was going to go the other direction, two players now down in Woo's fashion, and it's now a 2v2. Nixie and the outside angle of Diff try to come through in the backfield. RNG will fall to FT.
What? Run and Gun dropped the ball. Fairy Tail, he survives somehow, some way. Run and Gun, like I had for Fuzzface, I think had the better positioning, the better control, like the movement. But the PUBG magic becomes the PUBG magic, and shotgun versus shotgun, it can who pull the trigger first. And unfortunately, Fuzz was trying to reposition that door, and they played down very aggressively. And a play which you don't normally see, right? You normally see people just sort of lock themselves at the top and wait for the attacking players to rotate up. Maybe they dropped the ball on it.
And that was definitely a different style of play. Relics to come down from the top side of that building, not to wait for the push to come through, controlled that fight fully in that sense. I mean, Fuzz had it already, takes two knocks with the off angle of a few players here. Initially has that fight going the direction that Woo wants it, gets forced out of the top there, and then all of a sudden is in a whole different world of hurt. Puts the control back into Relics, and then now we have an even playing field there, which looks like the zone could easily forfeit and fall its way back into Los Leones there. So that could be a huge win or a huge loss, depending on how you want to look at it for both these squads.
Yep, I think why I've got the opportunity, and I know it is madness on the last game, but I think I have 2 seconds to do it. He says, I want to just have a quick check leaderboard. So I know we've got the live, and I know I don't normally bring out this way, but look, Zen smashing it. They've done really well last couple of games. They've worked their way up. 62 points for them. Navi, though, sitting on 58 points. Apart from that first game, I've got to take that first game away from Navi. That wasn't the same team. Clearly, it was a step in. But, wow, they put some points on the boards, and they caught themselves up. 58 for them. So they find themselves after a good game, after that last Miramar up there on third, the Woo in fourth, and Primal now holding out in that fifth spot. So again, lots to be had. Zone shifts away down towards that bottom 100 ADR, put themselves in a very prime bit of real estate now, and think, like yesterday, we're going to see it descend into the same area. So the team should be getting ready for that shift again. Reddick don't need to move just yet. Neither do Woo. I think the fight for Lost Leones is not ended yet, just yet.
Still looks like we have a potential fire lit, maybe coming to an ember, but definitely still to be lit. Grandfather's going to enter that little top side as well as we catch him with NSE or NESA as well as SRM to come through on the rotation. Nessa's going to stop. SRM continues to full charge forward as Primal takes a little bit of initiative here to kind of peek over here, but it looks like we'll let SRM continue that rotation further and further closer to Na'Vi. But the teams started to find phase 2. Sandstorm coming into play in the backside there is, again, that rotation. If it wasn't hard enough with the rotation of the map and the terrain, here comes the Sandstorm to make things a little bit prettier.
Yeah. Zed are wrapping in behind it, so they're not too bad. Grandfathers, though, going to maybe crest past Lost Leones. Hope he find themselves some drops over on that southeast corner. Fairy Tale somehow, some way won the battle in Monty. I'm very surprised about that, I'll be honest with you. Again, back to here. It looks like Reddick and our Woo team, they are still going at it 1-for-1. Fix, though, refusing to let it go. Does see one. Peekaboo around the outside. Looking for the second, though. Shotgun ready to go. Needs to put it down to a one shot. Needs to be cautious, though. Will be the flash off the wall. Might be a push through the door. Don't quite see him there. Has caught him on the flash. And well, jeez, well read. Diffix is cracked, people. Oh, it doesn't want to. He knows that shotgun's coming towards him. Nixie, cover the door, lads. We're getting pushed. Here goes a flash. He'll be exactly the same. In he goes. Flash is covered. Wham, bam. Diffix, thank you. There we go. The Woo send a couple of extras. A reminder that they do not want anything to do. Grandfather, so we'll be reading the kill feed, so I can't imagine him going too far. And with the Sandstorm now going, we are seeing Zen take on Nessa. They were on that rotation path, and Nessa pulled across towards that northwest.
Newgate finding themselves some good retail as well. Couple teams in the south zone. Hey, full send coming in from Zima. Right down Miramar. You know, this is what makes Miramar a little bit fun. I was saying on the back, but I'll take it on the pedal bike, but I will definitely take it on the motorbike. Hit the backflip. No.
Can't risk it. Ooh. A bit squeaky bum time as the back end came out, though. Looking for an opportunity. Looks like they're going to Zeke their way down. Don't forget, obviously, Fairy Tale don't have the information, do they? What's over here? They were fighting so long. You do get a free blessing. No one else really down here. Everyone's sort of in that kind of centre to north, and we do see a trail kind of from a northwest down towards the southeast through the heart and soul of, and 180 yards sitting there. I kind of feel like it might go as it did yesterday. It might play back again towards that sort of tease of resort, but we'll have to wait and see. There are multiple style of endings we might get here. And Primal, they're sticking the pickup now, hoping to get up an opportunity. If they lose zone heavy, they do, and they might be opportunity now. 100 yard, they were looking to go, and I think the call was to come back.
Yeah, but that's a big pickup from 180 yard to be in that central compound. Huge. Yeah, I mean, we take those rotations for sure. Huge crossroad pickup. Lots of rotations are gonna happen. There's a bowl that could be played just outside the positioning, so late game gonna be very, very congested inside the center of that zone. A lot of field finish towards the southern part of the circle, and again, if these teams aren't careful about the timing of the rotation, could easily be the main focus of these fights. But Care Pack dropping in. Looks like Grandfather's gonna get a little bit of love, calling themselves a flare package. And it looks like nobody looking to contest or make it any of a challenge here. Na'Vi just outside the position, but Primal as well. So it looks like for now, Care Pack dropped. Hype, Na'Vi, few teams sitting on the outskirts of the zone. As again, the middle of this zone is just a whole lot of open terrain right now.
Yeah. MK raining through. P90 again. Actually, get a drop, get two. It's like buy one, get one free this evening. It's like a Christmas special. Everyone's back in doubles. But Grandfathers, though, putting one on the board as they called that one in. Woo wrapping in from behind slightly as they are leaving Lost Leones now. Grandfathers opted not to try and take the fight there. They are pushing. And again, the expectations are there will be a team in this compound section anyway. Just need to be cautious. Ubon, again, super strong player, but Diffix will eventually pop over this ridge. As this phase 3, we mentioned, it does tickle a little bit here. And there we go. He does now start to see Grandfathers come up. He just needs to figure out how he's going to get into zone. Information gained. Don't think there's an executable plan that keeps him alive and gets him in.
It's going to be a tough one. He's still got to cross to get that road, looking for some sort of vehicle. But by this time in the zone, it's usually, you know, every vehicle has been taken down. If not, the tires have been shot out. So for right now, yeah, it definitely seems like he's got his work cut out. He does have the help of grandfathers here if they do get in the fight with Primal here. A little bit of off help coming out from Nixie as well. Nixie is going to find one, looking to find two. Maybe not in the form that he wants. He's doing damage onto the grandfathers, who could be his help, but looking for a few more kills. He's going to try to flush that one out. Peeks up, find the final member. That's Uba. And then Mel actually from the city. Looks like the remaining two players who are so starting to crash, starting to collect. And Nixie, who was in control, now having to fight on two different sides here as Primal walks him over the top. Maybe three different sides. The pressure and the full send is starting to come through. Levante will get credit for Nixie unless this steal comes in from Daz. Daz will take that one for himself. Grandfather's continuing to lose. Diff nowhere to go there as Uba will get some help, and Aliage will get the kill on to Diff right there. Woo falls, 11 teams, 5 seconds till we get phase 4, and it's going to be Grandfathers versus Primal.
Yeah, good push. Primal leaving the compound. One of those kills, like it. Is a decent play. And jockey down, that'll be information gained. Now sees the movement from the player though. That zone's going to do some damage, but able to get it. Uba is insane. No wonder why PUBG made a video about him. He's going to able to get the opportunity now to get the res in earlier. He's coming in from behind though. Needs to be cautious though. It's Primal under pressure now. Reinforcements now remain for them. 2 versus 2 here. Grandfathers versus Primal. Novi over the top, not too far away as Daz. Trying to push forwards. And as I said, Uber will be, again, trying to close in from behind. He's actually going to try and stick this res now. I think that was a blue zone nade coming in from one. Ooh. And again, if you can't throw a blue zone nade at your team, just throw a nade, Novi, because that is a way just to confirm him out. And Daz goes down to a one shot, but keeps his tippy toes on the edge of the flame. I'm pretty sure that blue zone nade was Primal's, and that nade 100% was Primal's.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely just naded his own player there, and I'm not sure the tactics. Maybe he thought they were 2 smokes. I don't know, but then missing an opportunity to get that knock right there. Primal, good comms. I don't know. Oh, from the side there is Aliage to get the knock, taking them by surprise one more time. This is gonna allow that chance for Uba to find his way in, and there it is, Aliage from the side. Takes down the Primal squad right there. And again, a little bit of self-damage done in that fight in the meantime. 10 teams now remain towards the top side of the zone. 3 teams have collected upon themselves here. It's Zen trying to find Nessa. Nice repeat. A little bit of a repeat from Nookie. Now through the smoke, pops some shots with the Mini 14. Action's not over, gets the flush, peeks back to look for the final NESA member, Kasu. And he's going to find his way away from the fight. Attention, back over to POD.
Great repeat there from Nookie. He kept the pressure on. He knew he had to duck himself in and put himself in a better position. Now Pod coming over the top. Now Zen get the knock on Pod, so information is definitely going to know where Pod is. They've got started split. They've got knocks on the other side. Unfortunately, Zen do fall. Great day number 1 for Zen, but they are going to take 10th here. Nessa down to that final player. Now chasing zone slightly. Pod should be able to get that res. As a rem in that kind of Howl dip. I see Howl play this so much now. Navi. Like they want to go extend and get that res where possible, and ejecting their way out of the vehicle. 28 seconds, and in you go, and off we pop back towards the zone. Navi will get a nice medi-evac, so to speak, back towards zone. Just needs to ensure they don't take any more hits, and looks like the mortar fires are coming in, but it's middle of the terrain, and Nugi, I think they've Newgate got them quite dialed in right.
I bet said that, or maybe they think there's a player towards the middle, or maybe not far enough. Maybe if they're going for hyped positioning, definitely not dialed in right. But assuming the vehicle they had just hit previously was the target, they're onto something. But just unfortunately, that opportunity also is going to cost 2 players there. They're focused on getting these. And there it is.
I'm gone. See you later.
GG's Mark has left the building. Hype, hype, hype.
Oh, it's like they were looking for it, but. They just, the first couple of, I suppose the height elevation maybe is not right. It's difficult. It's not just distance when it comes to height. You gotta factor in that height, and maybe it took a couple of shots, but you know what? They delivered on the last one. I'll give them that.
That self-sacrifice was absolutely worth it at Newgate. Thank you for the shot. You can wait all day in the blue zone if you're gonna take shots like that.
Yeah, they're gonna now chase their way in. Yesterday. is in zone. Pod needs to get wrapping. As a 4, arguably they're going to maybe disengage from Nessa, as it's easier to hide as a 1. The pressure is coming in from Nessa, and you kind of feel like Pod might be looking to move into that sort of SRM spot. Can't come up and over. They lose so much momentum going over here. I think it's around they go. Na'Vi on new G now. Nessa will get a blessing, and this would be a push towards the other side. They are on it here. Na'Vi, though, losing 2. New G coming out. Welcome to the games here as New gatekeep 2 of them. You lose 1, and then 100 ADR will make an explosive ending because I know Newgate decent with explosives.
Nice little entrance coming in from 100 ADR. They've realized Navi's lost 2. They find the final member there, and they're still trying to put the pressure onto the moving forward Navi here. 4 players left alive. They've been pushed out of their central compound, and now are going to have to take the fight over the hill against Navi, slowing the fight down just slightly. It looks like they've decided to take the wrap, grab some utils, refocus the center, and maybe get this knock and flush here onto Zima before making the approach there. Or maybe they just end up crashing the full 4 onto Zima's positioning and then having to have Navi fight themselves across the road. Either way, it's going to come down to whoever makes this push onto Zima, controlling this next rotation to basically be the last team down here to the south. A couple teams to the north still battling it out, but it's these teams to the south that have the most immediate fight basically to cut it out. And there it is. Poppy's found out from ADR work mode. The first one does come through. The push is there. The Molotovs, the utils starting to rain its way in. There's the stun. Tamara with a nice P90 peek gets the knock. HIW from the window does get credit for the final member. ADR out on top. That's 6 teams now remaining there, as it looks like they have found themselves in. It's all up to them taking down Zima. He's just raining shots with this arm.
Yeah, and the cracked vest, please be cautious. Got another one. Actually, they actually stuck him smoke right in the hole. That's going to help them. Sometimes popping smokes out. We see a lot more teams, especially towards the end of 2023, using smokes to deny shots, not to get players in. More and more of that's been happening now. We're going to see the util come in from 100 ADR. Okay, Molly will be outside the front door, and the Blue Zone nade bounce a lot better than the Mollies. That will now give Zimmer something to really think about. And it is a double blue, so dangerous. Triple blue? Is it triple? No, it is a triple, isn't it? No, double 1.
Nope, double.
2. Yeah, it's a double. Triple blues in action.
Little double bubble right there.
Love it. Gotta love it. SRM, they are sitting in that Howe position, which we see them play a lot. So, and I think they've been subject to fall on the sword from Howe. Pin, they now lose in zone, but they have lost Nessa. So they were having the back of the mind. There was a solo ranger somewhere. Interestingly, though, for me, Grandfathers still hold that high ground. I think they'll try and hold on to this as long as they can, CC, before moving in. They are out of zone, but they can provide so much damage already. Looks like Uber has put one down in eye zoom. And they're just literally playing peekaboo up and over the top. And 100 ADR, I think they want a piece of the pie.
I think this is the momentum Grandfathers has needed the entire day here. They're sitting at only 14 points, and it's all kills. So, I mean, they've found 11 kills. 3 of them only for placement, and here they are finally inside the top 5, finally showcasing a little bit different play style here. And again, putting these kills up as well as this late game here. So this is big for Grandfathers. I think finally finding the same thing that Navi was able to recollect themselves a little bit later on in the day here for Grandfathers here. But if they can pick this back up the same way tomorrow that they're ending today, is definitely going to be a different day and a different game for Grandfathers tomorrow. And again, we talked Uba, but it's Elliot GG, who's doing some things out there as well. 5 kills on the board and really put up a good fight earlier to defend Uba and get themselves here into this position. So Grandfathers, starting to find the momentum. Mel was kind of the heavy hitter earlier. I think the rest of the squad has finally found their momentum. So let's put the heads together, collect it, and see where these guys are going to be at for day 2.
Well, yeah, there are a couple more kills. You're right. They're a couple of kills away from what they've done in 5 games, just picking it all up in 1. Nessa needs to get moving themselves. They are low down that leaderboard as well. Only 2 placement points for 11 kills, but we're a different side of it. No kills, been chasing zone, been caught on the outside, have teams holding them out and crawling their way in towards Pod. For me, they won't lack the experience. They know there's a solo somewhere, so they will keep their head on the swivel. If people start shooting towards them, yeah, 100%, they will focus back on that fight. And Nessa needs to keep ahead of that blue zone. So there's enough of terrain that you won't see the body, but I just can't see Pod dropping the ball on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it would really take, again, a high thrown ball for them not to catch this one here. But SRM full 4 ADRs had themselves a great game. They've found that rhythm here. It is honestly going to go any direction. Phase 7 pulls it in. SRM keeps it in, but there goes CC. He's going to get flushed out instantly there as POD takes power in numbers. They're now the only team with 4 players left alive here. But watching ADR slowly, methodically try to creep their way, maybe to grab themselves a little bit of a care pack, and then find some rotation in. SRM definitely not going to be aware if he does make his way back because they just lost CC back there, but it was to Pod here. So, could be a huge wrap rotation coming out here from HIW, but it's really going to take Pod to leave him alone if he's going to do some damage onto SRM.
Again, worth noting, 100 ADR have put the same amount of points on so far as it stands from all their games today, just in game number 6. So game number 6 has been a real difference for these teams, a bit of a swing back. And maybe the momentum, not just for our grandfathers, but also for other teams here. Pods will be looking to close up. They'll be looking to get at least a chicken dinner on an end here. They have picked up the angle on Uber, so there is one down for them. It'll be very difficult now for them to move any further forward. 100 ADR actually give them a bit of a favour. They're close enough now that 100 ADR can't really look over the top and punish too much. They obviously know who they're shooting at, and there must be someone below him. And Rookie goes down. There's a blue zone nade over the top. He's going to actually get smoke straight on top of him, but the nade is right on top of him. Grandfathers will take 4th place. Good play from them. Again, as you mentioned, not a bad start to the day. Just wasn't as good as it needed to be. And as it ends, it actually ended again on some high kills, high point position.
Nice little little recovery there for GF to end the day. Should definitely be feeling good about that game. ADR as well. It's Pod to finally, again, 2 games back-to-back inside the top 4. SRM, a team that we've seen, time and time again in this late game position, finally finding themselves here. It is a much-needed momentum shift for some of the other teams here on that right-hand side of the leaderboard, ending this day, putting themselves up for a huge opportunity coming into day 2 right there. And you hate to have every game a bad game on day number 1, at least when you find one and says, you know what, we're capable, we can do it. Sometimes we just gotta, put our heads together or let PUBG, do PUBG things, because there's just sometimes where no matter how great you play, right, Mark? I mean, PUBG just makes it hard.
Yeah, the zone shifts. SRM obviously tried to play a peak at the moment. They're on no kills at the moment, so zone shifting its way down. I was going to say, we wouldn't be surprised too much if all teams are in. Arguably, 100 ADR need to move off this high side slightly. Pod already have a position in. They're most going to take their cars down. Question for 100 ADR is which way do they push? Because they've got to commit to one team now. It's either a Pod push or it's going to be an SRM push. I've seen the SRM pushes end really bad because actually that flight from the car into that bowl, yes, arguably you don't get as many shots from teams outside the zone, but that time airborne is never great. Maybe they push themselves down to one of these ridges here, but it's going to be a push in on that zone.
It's going to take a lot of util in order to succeed here, but unfortunately, I don't think they have as much as they'd like. Pod with just a powerful position. The ridge is really playing in their favor, giving them spots to kind of lurk and loom just at the outer skirts of the map here. Phase 8 ready to start closing in to give us that final phase with the next few seconds. Close it in. We've got a minute on the clock till we see that final phase, and we're definitely going to have a pinpoint ending again where we're heading towards the center of that zone, and depending on who's got to showcase and show their phase first could be the difference. But Pod takes no chances, rotates up a little bit further, secures that spot in the center of the zone as they leave Zoom to anchor. 3 players for Pod, now closer and closer to the center of that zone.
So yeah, bit of a holder. They are looking for a knock here before making the push. There is a time that they get in the car and go. They've not got the smokes out. They've got them in their back pocket though. There's the knock. Get the smokes. Get the push. Go down. They're just going to try and get another point on the board. Smoke. Make the push. You've got to get down here. SRM looking to go as well, but 180R do want to do anything but rain fire down below them and try and pick up as many knocks as they can. I think they might have left it a bit too late now to get the push. I think the attention will be back towards them as workout mode is going to be sure ignoring getting that underarm and get those smokes down. They are holding, clutching to the out. They've not made the aggressive stance yet. They want another zone to do it. It's going to be the end zone here. Pin ends down one. They're not going to be able to get the res anymore as 100 ADR. They are going to have to go into this one now as a two-man hold. There's a send. There goes down. Works down for one. They eventually roll down. I think 100 ADR made the mistake at the end. They should have pushed in earlier after that knock, but they didn't capitalize. 4 or 3v3 at the end. SRM want to try and conquer themselves out of here. Odin, Baron Pink, they're going to try and work their way down, and CC unfortunately is already down and out.
So 3v3 starts to commence here. Baron with the util in hand, smokes out a little bit more. The smoke is heavy, and so is the pressure. Util comes in over the top. Should have stunned Pin and Presenti right there, but again, no opportunity to get any looks right here. Over to Rocks, trying to find this off angle here. It's going to be a matter of peaks right here, but the nade just great. Avoids the peak, gets the bounce over the top of the vehicle, knocks Rocks, and now it's a 3v2. Pod losing one. They have the power in kills. They have the momentum. Blue Zone comes in to confirm, denies a res. Shots from the side of Baron to keep Pin and the rest of Pod pinned down here in this position here. Presenti trying to peek off, hold the right angle. More util sent in from SRM as the stun does just that. Buys the time, allows the push. 3 players for SRM, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and 1 straight down the center. Util expunged and on both sides here, and I think as came to a standstill, that should have been the last flash tossed out there. It's all going to come down to the gun skill here. Odin finds one. Shilla going to go down. Baron to find the one. Looking for the transfer. Is it going to be enough to find a pin? Blue Zone on his back, but that is it. It's going to clutch him up. 2 kills for SRM Esports only. Jeez. And that's 12 points for the victory. Somehow snaking it in through. They lose one early, but make it happen with the victory.
I think a lot of that was because of that zone shift. That zone shift went north, right? Northwest, and SRM were like, do you know what? We need to get into a position, and I think the compound was taken, so they went past it. They then put themselves in the bowl. Good ending. We see how. I give big shout out to how they played that. They played that well, how. But you just don't get the kills. Too many teams are above ground. Too many teams are overlooking onto things, and as a result, it does mean you don't get the kills. But at Chicken Dinner, it's 12 points on the board, and actually, as it stands, SRM are in 12 already. So kind of nearly a double up on their points themselves. But do you know what? Winner at Chicken Dinner all day long. SRM aren't going to be taking that one. Good games. Enjoyed the games. First and foremost, if you haven't already, give this guy a follow. CC Cast. Hopefully he's going to be back tomorrow, I believe. He said he might be. He's got a bit of rapping to do. He hasn't done his Christmas rapping. That's what I'm going to say. He needs to get his Christmas rapping.
I got things to do. You know, it's my day off. I only got so many this Christmas season. My hours extend. But you know what? I make time for you guys because this is what matters. No, I'm just kidding. This does matter, but you know, family first. Okay, family first.
Always. Well, we might see him tomorrow. If not, give him a follow now already. We've got 3 days of this, though. So we've got another 2 more days. Best of 6, 12 more maps will remain. It'll be the same map run, the same teams that we are going to duke it all the way out until Thursday to crown out who has the prize pool. And more importantly, who has the bragging rights, though, for the PVSL. Rest of the week, though, it will be Friday up for me to finish off with Mercy Gaming. We will be covering Group A versus Group C. And actually, you don't even need to listen to me cast the weekend because I'm doing some production work with the guys in the sense that I'm only running the observing, so I'm easy if I'm doing just one job, not 1,000 jobs. I'll be honest with you. So King will be doing that one. We've got a great Nick and Gibson cast is covering that one, and it'll be obviously the 16 teams from the group stages for Mercy that happened on yesterday, Wednesday, which unfortunately I'm not covering, and Friday we'll duke it out though on the Friday. $2,700 is up for grabs for that, and stacks of our G coin already as well to go. So loads to play for this week. It is a bit of a manic week. I thought I was going to slow things down going into Christmas. I've come back from Morocco and I was gone, sod it, 7 days, bosh, we're going straight in. It's a PUBG week. For now, we'll take a quick break and we'll send you guys on to someone else as we are on a 30-minute delay. Give them some love. Show them some respect. If you haven't already, give us some love on YouTube, Twitter. We are casting on multiple platforms as well. Lucky enough, we can do now. So watch on a platform that you like. If I haven't got the platform on, I'll get it on, basically. But for now, see you guys same time, same place, same delay time, but it'll be tomorrow. Peace.
I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beat me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up. I said just take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.